So the title of my presentation is Egyptian Origins of Scotland, King Arthur, and the Covenant of the Templars. How all of these things fit together probably seems a bit strange, but first and foremost, I wanted to give a shout out to the guy in the front here with the Roslyn Chapel shirt. I have the exact same shirt, so kudos to you. It's very nice. I'm going to be talking a little bit about Rosslyn Chapel, actually, and the Sinclairs. So Scotland. Does anybody know the origin of the name of the country Scotland? Yes? You can't answer, Tim. That's not fair. Okay, so the name of the country Scotland actually came from an Egyptian princess named Scota. And the Egyptian Queen of Scots, she was called. In Egyptian, actually, Scoti refers to the name of the boat of the setting sun, of the sun god that sails to the west, which is completely fitting considering that she sails to the west during times of turmoil in Egypt. She was the daughter of Akhenaten, most likely Meritaten, and her father was allegedly a pharaoh named Singri. However, there was no pharaoh named Singri. But what we do know is this actually translates to Irish Gaelic, not to be confused with Scots Gaelic, which are two separate languages. So in Irish Gaelic, sin actually means to descend from. So this could likely be a title or a name that was given to the father of Scota. Now, Greece means skin blotches or hot embers, ashes. So this very likely could be referring to the dark skin of her father. So being the daughter of Akhenaten, there was a lot of turmoil in Egypt at this time. And so she was exiled with her husband, who was called Prince Gathalos. And there's a lot of controversy about who this Gathalos figure was. He could have been actually a pharaoh named Di. He could have been, which would have been one of her relatives. He could have actually been a Greek prince. There's a lot of theories on who he might have been. And if you want to dive more into this, I highly suggest reading a book by Ralph Ellis called Scota, who I'm going to reference a bit in here. But Gathalos was responsible for creating the Gallic language from the existing 72 languages at that time. So the Gals of Ireland were named after Gathalos, while the Scots of Scotland were named after Scota. This would have been the route that they would have taken, so it would have been quite the journey. But they actually had stopped off first in Spain, in the Iberian Peninsula, and it was quite interesting. The river Ebro, E-B-R-O, in fact, we actually visited a castle there during our Spain and Portugal tour that we just did, Miravet Castle, which sits right on the river Ebro. And that river likely was named the river Ebro from an Egyptian word, Ebro, which we get the word Hebrew from. And so Ebro actually means people of the Nile or people of the river, funny enough. So there's some evidence in Spain where they first stopped before they continued their journey onwards to Ireland and Scotland. There's evidence there that remains of an Egyptian settlement, which I can't get into in this talk, but it's really interesting. But there is some evidence in the UK, in Britain, that we'll talk about now, the Stone of Destiny, which is also referred to as the Stone of Scone. And how it got to Britain has been quite the conundrum because there are two different stories that conflict. The first one has to do with our Egyptian couple, with Scota and Gathalos. But Gathalos first brought the stone from Syria to Egypt. And then Queen Scota brings the Stone of Destiny to Ireland. But what was so special about this stone? This was the biblical artifact that we would know as Jacob's pillow from the Bible circa 1836 to 1689 BC. The Jewish legend was that it was the pedestal for the Ark of the Covenant for a time as well. The stone was then taken to Ireland, a coronation stone at the Hill of Tara. Now, Tara is interesting for a lot of reasons that I'm going to share with you here shortly that have their own Egyptian ties. And it became a coronation stone not only for the High Kings of Tara, but later for the Kings of Scotland. And still to this day, it's a stone is used. It's purportedly the Stone of Destiny is used for the coronations in England as well. But then it was brought to Scotland sometime around 498 to 501 AD by the first king of Scotch, which was Fergus, son of Eric. And when it was brought to Scotland, it spent some time at Iona, the Isle of Iona, which I'm going to talk a lot more about in detail later because it has some really interesting Hebrew connections and ties to Mary Magdalene and Jesus. And then it was taken to Dunadd Fort, which I will also talk about, that has ties to King Arthur and his lineage, the real historic King Arthur that existed in Scotland. And then to Scone Palace in 841 by Kenneth MacAlpine. Scone Palace was where all of the kings, many kings in fact, of Scotland were crowned, including Robert the Bruce. As I mentioned, there are conflicting stories here because nearly 1,000 years later we have, in 586 BC, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, conquers Jerusalem, and the prophet of Jeremiah fled to Egypt with the scribe Baruch, with the daughters of Zedekiah, the last king of Judah. And from there, they took a ship to Ireland with the alleged Stone of Destiny. But how could this be if nearly 1,500 years earlier, they end up taking it over with Skoda? The timing does not work, and obviously, they both couldn't have had the Stone of Destiny. One of the daughters was named Princess Tamar Tia Tefi, and she married Okai, who was the High King of Ireland at Tara. The bloodline of the kings of Judah then would have lived on through the royal Irish lineage. And if they brought Jacob's pillow in 586 BC, then what about the earlier story of Gathlos bringing the stone over with Skoda? Well, it says in the Bible that he took of the stones of that place and put them for his pillows and lay down in that place to sleep. Is it possible that there could have been multiple stones of destiny that were recovered? Possibly. He took of the stones of that place and put them for his pillows and lay down in that place to sleep. And laid down for them in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set upon the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Genesis 28, verses 11 through 12. So it seems to me that it's very possible that there could have actually been multiple stones. And if that's the case, this would explain the confliction in the story here. But then you have to wonder, where is which stone and which one was brought over by who? Now here I wanted to point out the lineage that you have here, which is, I mentioned the daughters of Zedekiah, so you can see the direct lineage from King David, King Solomon, all the way down to Zedekiah. So Zedekiah's daughters were the ones that had gone over to Ireland with the prophet Jeremiah. So the Egyptian connections in Ireland. The Hill of Tara, where all Irish kings were crowned. Ta-Ra is actually Egyptian for the land of Ra. So this was the first indication of a name in Ireland that is actually Egyptian in origin. Now, Ta-Mary in Egyptian means beloved land, and is similar to the name Tamar in Irish Gaelic, an alternative Gaelic name for Tara, the Hill of Tara. Also the title or name given to Tamar Tia Tefi. But let's break down the rest of her name, which is a titular name. Brother Ralph Ellis, who I was mentioning earlier, wrote a book called Skoda that's a wealth of information on this subject. He proposes the origins from Tia Mare, Tia of the sea, and this is how we get to Tamar, hence a connection to legends of women like Mary Magdalene, Stella Marie, who travel across the ocean. And Tia could likely come from the Egyptian name and title Tia, bestowed upon many Egyptian queens, and including the mother of Akhenaten, which makes perfect sense because this was in fact Skoda's father and mother. Now, this actually means in Egyptian, great. So these would all be titular Egyptian names bestowed upon Princess Tamar Tia Tefi. Tefi likely came from the Egyptian Tapia, meaning notable ancestor, because she was descended from royalty, from Hebrew royalty. Picts came to Ireland. The Egyptian Irish said to go to the land to the east and to the west coast of Scotland. The Egyptian Irish sent them that way because they did not want them coming and wreaking havoc in their land. They were violent people, and they did not want them there creating problems for them. But the problem with the Picts was that they didn't have wives. And so they gave them wives, instructing them that the royal lineage must be kept through the female's line, and that as per Egyptian custom, and so the matrilineal customs within the Pictish tradition began then. Prior to that, the Picts were not matrilineal. So you see this shift when they come to Ireland, and then they're outed from Ireland, and they come over to Scotland and settle. They originally had come from the Basque region, and when they come over to Scotland and settle, they then adopt this matrilineal custom, which likely came from the Egyptian tradition. So the Knights Templar and the Stone of Scone. It has a long history of being stolen, as does a lot of these enigmatic artifacts. In 1950, students stole the stone from England and returned to Scotland. And in 1951, the stone was placed at Arbroath Abbey, because as you know, it was down in England for a time. The Scots did not feel that was the right place for it to be, so they brought it back to Scotland. And they placed it back at Arbroath Abbey, and it was allegedly a copy made, a forgery, by a stonemason in Glasgow. And one of my dear friends actually happens to know the stonemason that made the forgery. Funny enough. But what's most interesting about this is where they chose to put it, which was Arbroath Abbey. Are any of you familiar with the importance of Arbroath Abbey? Have you ever heard of the Declaration of Arbroath? So the Declaration of Arbroath was actually the foundation for the Declaration of Independence here in the United States. So the Declaration of Arbroath was basically when a bunch of Scots got together at Arbroath Abbey and they signed this declaration, saying that they were going to be a free nation, independent from England. And there was a Sinclair, in fact, that signed the Declaration of Arbroath as well. And so it was a very impactful move on their part, and it was sending a strong message to the English. And in 1999, there were these claims made that the modern Knights Templar actually had the real stone, and that they are secretly moving it to various locations to this day. Now, I spend half the year in Aberdeenshire, and at one point in time, the stone was actually kept at a little church in Aberdeenshire. I can't say when, but it was kept at a little church there for a time. So we do know that there is a stone that modern Knights Templar are guarding and keeping on the move in Scotland. They don't keep it in any one place for very long. If you remember in the movie The Da Vinci Code, they were always moving the Grail, the Magdalene, right? They would never leave her in one place too long. And that's what's going on with the Stone of Destiny. They're doing the same thing. They're protecting it, keeping it on the move, and they're not leaving it in one place. But who's to say if that's the real one or not? We don't know for sure. All I do know is that we do know the actual Glasgow stonemason that did create a forgery.
How big is the stone?
The Stone of Destiny, it's probably, if I had to try to measure it in my hands, it's like about this big. It's a pretty big stone. It's like this. Yeah, it's like that. So the supposed authentic stone is now actually in a museum in Perth. Up until last year, it was resting in Edinburgh Castle, and you could go in and see it there. But they've now actually moved it back to Perth, which is much more fitting because that's near Scone Palace, which is where it was and where all the kings were crowned. And so there was a bit of controversy about it being at Edinburgh Castle. So they actually made a beautiful museum dedicated to the Stone of Scone, and it has reopened, and now it will be at one of the places that we visit on our upcoming tour, which will be really exciting to go and see that it has finally its own museum dedicated specifically to it. So this is supposedly the authentic stone that's there, but we have to wonder, is that really the authentic stone? The Knights Templar in Scotland play a pivotal role, obviously, in this story, so I'm going to give you a little background on them. In 1129, King Henry I introduced Hugh de Payenne to King David I of Scotland, and knights were given land at Ballinshadach at Temple near Roslin. This land bordered right up to the Sinclair's lands. In 1187, Templars are given land at Marycooter by King William the Lion. Marycooter is a place that's near and dear to my heart. It's actually now a luxury hotel that sits right on the River Dee in Aberdeen. Just down the road from where I live, and that was my first experience going to Aberdeen. I got an email one time when I was doing Templar tours from Edinburgh from the head manager, and he said, "Hey, if you're doing Templar tours, you have to come to Marycooter." So I had this strange man email me and invite me to come stay at his hotel for free for 3 nights, and I said, sure. So I went and I met his staff, and I met one of my best friends there, who I'm still best friends with to this day. It's been 5 years now, and I actually just had a huge event with an Outlander actress there. I work with this hotel frequently now, and it's beautiful. It was built in 1225 by the Knights Templar. So this is one of 2 preceptories in Scotland, was Mary Cooter. The Templars owned over 500 properties in Scotland, but we don't know more than about a handful of them, probably about 50 to 60 of them we have records on, and beyond that, a lot of it's been lost to time. I mean, we just don't have the records on them, but what we can guess, and we can, propose that maybe they were here nor there because of the namesakes of towns that had names like, Red Cross or White Cross or things like that, temple, things that are named after temple, Templeton, or I'm trying to think, Temple Kirk. I mean, there are some other towns that have these names that we can often make assumptions that they were tied somehow to the Knights Templar. Robert the Bruce was crowned in 1306 at Scone Palace on the stone by Bishop Lamberton, who also then, ironically, led the Inquisition of the Knights Templar in Scotland, later at Holyrood Abbey, at Holyrood Palace. So this is interesting because in 1306, Robert the Bruce also was excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church. Do any of you know why he was excommunicated? Of course you know, Tim. Of course you know, Scott. You're not allowed to answer, guys. Come on. So they, at this time, the Roman Catholic Church had this big no-no, which was you can't kill somebody in a church. And unfortunately, Robert the Bruce, did that no-no, and he killed his John Comyn, who was threatening his attempt to gain the throne. And so he killed his rival in the church. And the church wasn't having any of that, so they cut him off, and Scotland was no longer part of the Roman Catholic Church. So he didn't have the funding or the backing or the support of the Roman Catholic Church. They were completely on their own. (1307), the infamous year of the Knights Templar and their put down. On Friday the 13th, 1307, Paris preceptor Gerard de Villiers escaped with a fleet of 18 Templar ships at La Rochelle, 50 horses, and the Paris temple treasure. The ships were rumored to have fled to Portugal, but the treasures most likely went to Scotland and maybe to some other places as well. There were some Templars that were arrested and interrogated, but many of them were able to get away because a lot of them were tipped off in advance. There was a plan that had been in place for a very, very long time. And it was interesting because once they showed up to the port of La Rochelle to read the arrest warrants and to arrest said Templars and siege the 18 ships, they were all gone. They had all been tipped off. And it's important to know also that King Philip the Fair was in massive debt to the Templars. The Templars were responsible for the first major banking system, and they had loaned King Philip lots and lots and lots of money, of course, that he was not paying back. And so he just decided that it would be a great idea to instead pay them back, to try to demonize them and have them arrested and burned at the stake. So that was easier for him. So that's what he did. And so when he shows up at the Paris temple to go in and amass all their wealth and riches, he was very surprised to find that not a single coin was left for him. The Templars were always one step ahead. They knew what he was planning, and they had escaped earlier dressed as merchants and through other means, hiding the treasure in carts and by other ways, and got it to La Rochelle and had it on boats and had it out of there before anybody had any idea. So the Templars were always one step ahead. In 1314, Grand Master Jacques de Molay was slow roasted over a fire and died after cursing the King of France and Pope Clement V. And within the year, both of them died. The Battle of Bannockburn took place then in 1314 as well, on June 24th, led by Robert the Bruce. And this was significant because this is the feast day of St. John the Baptist. And for those that don't know, the feast day of St. John the Baptist was extremely important to the Knights Templar, because within Freemasonry, if you heard Scott talk about this at all yesterday in his presentation, he mentions that all Masonic lodges are dedicated to the Holy Saints John. John the Evangelist, and John the Baptist. However, prior to the 1600s, it was just St. John the Baptist. John was the initiator. John was the one who initiated Jesus into the way. And so for them to be fighting this battle on June 24th was extremely significant for them. And it was one of the biggest victories that they had. And they also would have been the one of the biggest rumors that they has been passed on was that Robert the Bruce had this secret weapon. And there's a story of the last charge of the gillies, which doesn't quite make any sense because does anybody even know what a gillie is? A gillie is a Scottish phrase for cooks and servants and such that are usually the ones that are helping feed the soldiers. They're scrawny, they're underfed, underpaid, and they're the ones that are traveling with the soldiers, and they're basically keeping them fed and nourished as much as they can. And traditionally, history tells us that the last charge of the Gillies was their last attempt to win because the English were winning at Bannockburn, and they were defeating the Scots by far. However, at one point in time, this group of men come gallivanting over the hill, and it put the fear of God into the English, so much so that they retreated. And this was one of the greatest victories in Scotland. I don't think a bunch of scrawny cooks and servants with a bunch of pans and that sort of thing would have put the fear of God into the English. However, there are traditions and stories that say it was the Knights Templar that came over in their white tunics and red crosses, and that certainly would have put the fear of God into the English, and it would have made perfect sense because the Templars had been excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church. So Robert the Bruce had been excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church. What better exchange? The Templars could go there and not have to worry about being persecuted, and they could help aid Robert the Bruce, who had been excommunicated and didn't have an army. And you have to remember the Knights Templar were the elite special forces of the era. So the Knights Templar were most likely Robert the Bruce's secret weapon, and you'll see more evidence of that here shortly. Now I'm going to take you to one of the Western Isles in Scotland called the Isle of Iona, and it has a lot of Hebrew connections that are really intriguing. One being that when you look at the island from above, from an aerial view, it has the shape of a dove. And Iona is located within the Inner Hebrides. Iona was originally known as the Island of the Druids, which is strange because usually Druids are found where there's groves, trees, and there's not a single tree on the Isle of Iona. But it is a very, very sacred and beautiful place. There are rumors that there were priestesses that existed there for a time, priestesses of the goddess that existed there for a time, and it was sacred to the Druids as well. And St. Columba then came in the 6th century. He came from Ireland. And the motto of the Druids, specifically on Iona, was truth against the world. Now, interestingly, the ancient name for Scotland in Gaelic is Alba, which translates to light or truth. And speaking of the shape of the Isle of Iona being like a dove, Iona itself is actually Hebrew for dove. So why all this Hebrew? Now, ruach, Hebrew for breath. Remember that. There is a settlement on Iona called Ruanach, which is Gaelic, which is to say or to speak. These two words are very similar. So clearly there is a very close connection between the Gaelic culture and the Hebrew culture, especially on Iona. And the fact that this island itself was even named Iona is really interesting. Also, the Gaelic ruach meant red, as in blood, life force. So you see linguistically, a lot of these words have very close similarities. Iona, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene. Yes, there are a lot of local legends, and the more locals I talk to, especially the older generations, they're very open to telling these stories and have pointed me in several interesting directions. And as we've spent time out there doing our own research, I just become more and more amazed at the stories that I hear and the local legends that I hear from other fishermen that come in on boats. I'll be in, having a coffee. Scott and I will go in for lunch or for dinner, and we'll see the fishermen coming in on the boat because we always enjoy sitting out. And they'll come in, hear we're American, ask what we're doing here, and we'll say, oh, we're doing research in this vein. And then as soon as we tell them we're interested in the Knights Templar, the bloodline, blah, 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 we start getting all kinds of really interesting stories from the locals. And so that's one of the cool things about being out there in the Hebrides. So there was an essay by William Sharp, a.k.a. Fiona MacLeod. That was the name he published under, likely because this is very controversial, in 1900. And he talks about the old prophecy that Christ shall come again upon Iona by a Hebridean priest. The priest actually had told Sharp, our forefathers believed in the Holy Spirit that shall come again upon Iona, born once as a son of God. So essentially saying that Jesus had already come to Iona once before, but the divine spirit will come this time as the daughter of God, the bride of Christ, born as a mortal woman. Then for the first time, the world will know peace, which I thought was really beautiful. And this is back in, this is prior to 1900 when Sharp wrote this essay, when he was doing all this research and had spent some time in the Hebrides, but this was a Hebridean priest that told this prophecy on Iona, which I was just blown away by. It gave me chills the first time I read this. Sharp then tells also of an encounter that he had with a Tiree man. Tiree is another island nearby, who tells him of a local legend of St. Mary Magdalene buried in a cave on the island. There's also legends of her being buried on the Isle of Iona too, but Iona doesn't have many caves. But come to find out from many other locals that live in the isles out there, there are several legends of Mary Magdalene wandering on the isles and teaching, wandering with the Christ child. And there's also lots of legends of her being buried on multiple different islands out there. Professor Hugh Montgomery, in his work, The God Kings of Europe, published in 2006, says, John Martinist was believed in the early Christian period to be the last son of Jesus by Mary Magdalene. In some versions, he was born on the island of Iona. The Reverend J.F.S. Gordon, in his book Iona, published in 1885, comments on Clodagh Dysart, burial ground of the highest god, called Clod Ian. And Ian is the Gaelic name for John. So this is John's burial ground. It is situated some distance on the northeast of the cathedral, called Port on Dysart, port of the highest god. So they would be referring to the burial ground, potentially, of John Martinus, the son of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Now, taking this a step further, there's actually an island north of Iona called Malmartin's Island, or Eileen Malmartin. And Malmartin was allegedly, according to legend, an old monk from Iona. Mal in Gaelic actually means shorn, like a priest's head being shorn. Or, in Old Celtic, Brittonic, it is a title that means chief or prince. So either way, it could be applicable if this was a monk, if this had been John Martinus, the son of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, had he chose to go and live out his days as a monk, or if he took on the title of being a chief or a prince, because he would have been a prince by birthright. There's some other compelling evidence that suggests that Jesus and Mary Magdalene and their child spent some time in Scotland, one of those things being the island of Jesus. So this is called Eileen Issa, Isle of Jesus, and this is 80 miles north of Iona. And this is a really interesting version of the word Issa, because Issa is the Middle Eastern Arabic for Jesus. Essa is the Egyptian Coptic church's name for Jesus, while it's Iosa that is the Gallic name for Jesus. So why do we have the influence of the Middle Eastern and Egyptian Coptic name out in the Scottish Highlands? Why would we not have the Gaelic? there clearly had to be some influence of people that were traveling over from the old world and were perhaps maybe even Issa himself. Maybe Jesus himself were there, and that's why they chose to name him after his traditional Middle Eastern, Arabic, or Egyptian Coptic name. Now, in 1895, Henry Jenner of the British Museum finds a story of oral traditions, records, and legends in South Uist that talk about the wanderings of the Holy Mother and Son in those islands. Wandering the hills of Scotland, she came to Knoydart. Knoydart is adjacent to the Isle of Skye. So for any of you that know where Skye is, this is adjacent to Skye. Knoydart is adjacent to Skye, and some 10 miles south of Knoydart can be found another west coast peninsula named Moydart, where on old maps is the place name of Essa Hill, which may relate to the presence of Jesus or Issa being there. Again, we have the old name, the Coptic name, Essa, versus the Gallic Iosa. And this is also a beautiful stained glass window that many of you may have already seen. It's all over social media. This is in Kilmore Church on Isle of Mull, but it's become so popular for people wanting to come to visit to see it that they're not really open to the public anymore, sadly. But it is a beautiful painting of a pregnant Mary Magdalene with a knot of Isis around her waist. Now, another really compelling thing for me was when I was talking to locals that, speak Gaelic still and still have these traditions in church of singing Gaelic hymns. They have in their hymns stories and traditions about the Christ child and the bride of Christ and that sort of thing. And this was one of my favorites that I had to include. This is translated from Gaelic. It was Bride the Fair who went on her knee. And this reminded me of when Mary Magdalene anoints Jesus and washes his feet. It was Bride the Fair who went on her knee. It is the King of Glory who is in her lap. Christ the priest above us. So the King of Glory in her lap must be referring to their child. And this right here could be considered the Holy Trinity, if you will. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit being the mother. The last prioress of Iona was an interesting figure. This is her grave slab. And if you'll notice, you'll see the sun and the moon at the very top. This is the tombstone of Anna McLean. And you have, instead of the Virgin Mary on top, you have Saint Mary Magdalene, which is really strange because out in the Highlands, you mostly have a lot of headstones depicting the Virgin Mary. So on Iona specifically, for Anna McLean to have a Mary Magdalene on her tombstone holding a child, that was really, really intriguing. She died in 1543, and it would appear that she knew the legend. And Magdalene, of course, means tower in Hebrew, meaning she towers over her flock. The last prioress of Iona perhaps was guarding that secret and that tradition, and in the same way was towering over her flock on Iona. Now we're getting to the fun stuff about King Arthur, which is kind of my favorite. The kings of Dalriada descended from the kings of Ireland, actually. So do you remember that bloodline that I was talking about going back to the royal Judaic bloodline coming from the daughters of Zedekiah, from Princess Tamar Teotefi? So if we go back to that, those bloodlines carried on over to Scotland because we had this immigration of the High Kings of Ireland that eventually came over to the west coast of Scotland. And those descendants were the ones that founded the Kingdom of Dalriada. And the Kingdom of Dalriada was on the west coast, and it's beautiful out there, absolutely stunning. And since they descended from the kings of Ireland, they likely did have that same royal bloodline within them, going all the way back to King David of Jerusalem. So the real King Arthur himself was actually a figure in Scottish history, and his name was Artur MacAidan. He was the eldest son of Aidan MacGibrain, the king of Dalriada, and this was about 576 to 609 AD. And they ruled from a place called Dunadd Fort in Argyll. This is, again, in the west coast of Scotland, extremely stunning area. And we have to wonder, of course, where was Iona? Where was Avalon? And in a lot of the research that I've come to learn, it seems that the most practical place for Avalon to have been would have been Iona. Why? This specific royal family always had their royal members of their family buried and had this big royal procession carried out to the Isle of Iona. And all kinds of other interesting elements of Arthurian legend can be applicable to this region of Scotland and into crossing the waters to get to Iona, the burial land for his family, the family plot. They were all buried on Iona, going back hundreds of years in this tradition from the time that they came over from Ireland. Iona was always that special place. Now, I find it interesting because that was also the burial place, allegedly, of John Martinus, the son of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. It just leaves me wondering if there is some connection there as well between the families. Like I mentioned, a possible connection to the Judaic lineage through High Kings of Ireland and Princess Tamar of Judah. So Dunadd Fort, this is the place where I was telling you that they ruled from. And this is the very highest point of Dunadd Fort. And we go here on our tours, and this is one of my favorite places to visit. It's in an area called Kilmartin Glen. It is beautiful and it's enchanting. It was a Templar outpost for a time, likely because they knew all of this was going on here as well. There's all kinds of standing stones, chambered cairns, and Pictish carvings. And then, of course, you have one of my favorite things, which is the origin of the sword and the stone story, which I'll tell you here shortly. Being the capital of Dalriada at one point in time, it might not look like it now if you go and you look it up or if you go visit it in person, but it used to be this massive fort, and it was in layers, and the very top was where the royalty lived and they ruled from. And on the very top, you see this footprint carved out here, and what this footprint was used for was for the coronation ceremony. So when one was made king, they were to kneel down with their sword in hand. And as they would kneel down with their sword in hand, all of the onlookers standing on the platforms below would be onlooking, and it would appear that they were sticking their stone into the rocky outcrop. So as they would kneel and they'd be made king, they would be reciting some words. It would go on for a while, and they'd be made king, and they would rise. And from below, everyone would see that it appeared their king, as part of this ritual, was pulling the sword from the stone. And thus the legend was born that the true king could pull the sword from the stone. All of the kings were crowned here, and as I mentioned, the birth of the sword and the stone came from Scotland. There's lots of beautiful ancient carvings here as you're making your hike up through to the very top. And it's important also to understand Arthur himself was not a king. He was, in fact, the brother of the to-be king. He was the war chief. For those that are familiar at all with how the clans worked in Scotland, the firstborn was the heir to being laird. The secondborn was the heir to the position of war chief. So Arthur would have been made war chief, which is why we hear all these stories about Arthur being a great war leader. He fought all these great battles and won all these battles, and he was a great war leader, but he was never king. And there is a nearby Templar site called Kilmartin, which here are some pictures of some Templar grave slabs. And you see some of them were actually reused, and you can see later dates carved on them. So it was interesting to see how some of these older grave slabs were taken and reused in later times. One specific Templar grave slab we have in the very back is that sword. A lot of the grave slabs that we see in Scotland that are Templar grave slabs are very simple and very humble, and they're just swords, just like that. And sometimes you'll see the flower of life symbol on them as well. Now, these are some standing stones that you see, and you see these cupule marks on them, which are really cool. There's a lot of speculation as to what they may be. Some of the locals believe that they were star maps. And then we also have these cairns. This was actually a burial chamber right here, where a young female was found and curled up in the fetal position. The Round Table of Scotland. I'm going to ask you guys, do you think the Round Table was something that was real? Yeah, what do you think that it was? Symbolic? Okay. Initiation? All right, good answers. Well, I'm about to show you what we believe could be the real Round Table. This is in Scotland as well. King Arthur, as I said, was a legendary warlord, and he fought 12 battles in Scotland, one near Stirling. And archaeologists believe that the Round Table is to be the center of the King's Knot at Stirling Castle. So, is there a laser pointer on this thing? Yes. Bottom? Oh, perfect. There we go. All right, so here you see this is the Queen's knot. Up here, this is the King's knot. And all of this was actually added on in the 1600s, whereas you see this small circular form here dates back to the 600s, to the 5 to 600s. And they did this by being able to test. They did an STP and were able to determine what the actual age of the mound was and when it was built. So this dates it back to the Iron Age. And further evidence to suggest that this could actually be the Round Table was that there were multiple different accounts written in medieval times stating that the Round Table laid south of Stirling, Stirling being the village and the castle, which I'll show you a different perspective so you can see what I'm saying. In 1375, John Barber claimed that the Round Table was south of Stirling Castle, and there were many other similar claims. And the round mound that you see back there is the oldest of the earthworks. The rest were added on, as I said, to be a royal garden. And in its heyday in the 1600s, they had lots of royal garden parties there all around what may have been King Arthur's Round Table. So here's a better view of it. Scott took this with our drone. So here you can see it right here, and here is Stirling Castle. So it does lie directly south of Stirling, as per the medieval writings. So it's beautiful. We took this in the winter, so there's no foliage, so you can see it very well. And then here, to see how large this mound actually is, here's a picture of my tour group standing on it. It's actually quite large. So what we believe, and then of course you have, whoops, wrong way. We have Stirling Castle back here, and it's a rather large mound, and this back here was not originally there. It was not originally built up. So this was even larger back in the day. So what we believe this was a place of initiation, a ceremonial place. The Round Table was in fact used for ritual. It wasn't a round table that everybody sat at, of course, like you guys were saying. It was symbolic, ritualistic, and so this is the closest thing that we have to the real Round Table of King Arthur, based on the medieval writings and earlier writings also that talk about it lying just south of Stirling. Have you ever measured the diameter of the Round Table? The entire Round Table? Well, the entire design itself, the rest of it was built later in the 1600s. No, the entire Round Table itself is not a football field. Scott, we're talking about just the Round Table. What was, you would say that's about 50 yards? No, don't count that. Just count the inner circle. How far? Yeah, just the mound in the center. 75 feet. That sounds about right. Yeah. That looks about right, because if we go back to that, that's, yeah, so, yes, going down to the base, that would be about right. And it's a lot bigger even than it looks in this picture. When you go up on it, it's massive. I had a group just there, over 20 people, and it was still plenty of room on it. So it's a huge round table, if you will. And as far as I know, there was no burials found there either, so it most likely was used for ritual. Yes, so the outer design that you see here, this was all built later in the 1600s, and that was built by the royal family because they wanted to have these impressive gardens that you'd be able to look down from Stirling Castle, and so when they'd have visitors over, they'd be able to show off their gardens and have garden parties down there. And it was all about, back in the time, showing off your wealth and showing off, your nobility, and so they had created basically up all around this one already existing piece of earthwork, they made these exquisite designs just like that. And they called it, in honor of the king and queen, they called it the King's Knot and the Queen's Knot. So that was used for garden parties for quite a while. And they would have all kinds of festivities and celebrations and that sort of thing down there. Now, Camelot. Could it have Egyptian origins? Camelot was the legendary court of King Arthur. And Cameret happens to be the Egyptian for people of Egypt. Now, this might not seem close at first. However, R and L can be interchanged in Egyptian because L has no independent representation in the hieroglyphic orthography and is frequently written as if it were R. So, another spelling of Cameret then becomes Camelot, which is rather close to Camelot. So could the origin of Camelot actually be the Egyptian word Camelot, meaning people of Egypt? And if I had the time, I would go into this further, but there's other elements of Arthurian lore that can be traced back to stories and traditions in Egypt. So as I mentioned, there's quite a bit of this really interesting etymology that Ralph Ellis goes into in the book Skoda, if you find this interesting. Now I'm going to go a little bit into the esoteric origins of the Scottish clans that tie them in a bit to the Arthurian lore, the Grail lore, and the Knights Templar. So Clan Stewart, is anybody here related to Stewarts or Clan Stewart? No? Just me? Okay. So origin of Clan Stewart came from the title Stewart, the High Steward of Scotland. The first Stewart ancestors came to Scotland in 1106. Wolter Fitzalan and his father Alan Fitzflad was a Breton knight and a seneschal of Dol in Brittany, and he was recruited by Henry I. And they became the Earls of Arundel, and they moved up from England to Scotland. And he in fact himself was a Knights Templar. He participated in the Siege of Lisbon crusade and became a strong patron of the order, supporting them even after he retired. They had this legendary descent, the Stewarts, from the Thane of Lochaber, Lord Banquo made famous from Shakespeare's Macbeth. Their interesting seal that they have here on the bottom depicts a man in a horse, and he's leaning up against a pillar, which seems to be a link nearly to Solomon's temple. So it could either be a broken column, which could be a Masonic reference, or it could be a pillar just in general, but he's leaning upon the pillar, which would be indicating a connection to deity, in a sense, as the pillars represented a union with heaven and earth, the Heavenly Father and his chosen one on earth to rule the earthly realm. Jesus is referred to as a pillar. The divine right to rule was employed by the monarchs of Europe, but the only real family that actually were considered the one true monarchy were the Stewarts, because they could claim direct descent going all the way back to King David in Jerusalem. The pillars of Solomon's temples are depicted, and Solomon's temple are depicted here, which are also in a Masonic lodge, Jachin and Boaz. They represented royalty, and like I said, the royalty here were considered God's pillar on earth. When your days are fulfilled and you rest with your fathers, I will set up your seed after you, who will come from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. Book 2 of Samuel. Now, I include this in here because I want to point out that the title, Son of God, was not exclusively given to Jesus. It was given to all that were descended from this bloodline. And this is why the Stewart lineage were also considered to be the one true monarchy in Europe, because they can trace their lineage all the way back through the House of Jerusalem. The House of the Unicorn. The Stewarts were considered the House of the Unicorn because it was the national animal of Scotland, and because one of the Stewarts, in fact, actually made that their national animal. Unicorns were first mentioned in a book in India in 400 BC, and then they're mentioned in the Bible as well. King James I, who reigned from 1406 until his assassination, which was not so good, in 1437, was the one that had adopted the unicorn as their national animal. But why the unicorn? Have you guys any idea what the unicorn represents? Interesting. I've not heard that one. Well, in medieval times, the unicorn was actually considered to represent Jesus. So this was one interpretation. The unicorn was pure, and he would go and only appear to a virgin, to a young maiden, and lay his head in her lap. So the unicorn had lots of different allegorical, symbolic, and esoteric connections to it. One being also that the horn supposedly had healing properties, just like Jesus had healing properties. So could this also be a symbol of the unicorn alluding to the Davidic lineage of the Stewarts? Possibly. Now, a wounded king. This is reminiscent again of Jesus, if you will. This is the clan crest for Clan Stewart. So this reminds me very much of the Fisher King, the wounded king in the Grail legends. And you have to ask important questions, look inwards to heal, to find the grail. So their motto is courage grows strong at a wound. This all is very reminiscent of the Grail legends, if any of you are familiar with them. This lineage of Grail kings or Fisher kings ties directly to Arthur and his own lineage in Scotland. Jesus, of course, we know was also a wounded king. The pelican that we also saw here in their clan crest, pecking its breast to feed its young. So this is a beautiful picture. This is the jewel of the Rose Croix, the 18th degree of Scottish Rite masonry. The pelican feeding its young from a self-inflicted wound in the breast is accepted as a symbol of both sacrifice and as resurrection. To the Christian mystic, the pelican signifies Christ, who saved humanity, and the baby birds represent the 7 planets, and through the sacrifice of his own blood. So this is really beautiful. You see this incorporated into the clan crest of the Stewarts. So the Stewarts obviously had significant esoteric links, whether it be Templar, perhaps Rosicrucian, or other traditions, but we find out later that they certainly were Freemasons and had this father-to-son tradition, which I'll share a bit more later of. The Egyptian origin story. Now I'm getting to some really intriguing stuff that I've been working on more recently that's fascinating and ties in a bit to my own ancestry, being Ramsay. The Egyptian origin story here I'm going to share with you in a very condensed version, or as condensed as I can make it anyway, so I hope I can keep your attention. The Egyptians taught the world emerged from an infinite and lifeless sea, Nun, Nanet, the goddess of the primordial waters, and when the sun rose for the first time, this was Zep-Tepi, the first occasion. It was from this dark and primeval abyss that the original mound of land had rose from. The Egyptian deity was born from the primordial waters and also happened to be a sea beast called Harishef. His name means he who is on his lake. Harishef was a half-ram deity that likely reflected the age of Aries. He was associated with Ra and Osiris. The ancient Egyptian kingly line claimed descent from the original gods of creation, but specifically Horus, which is why the pharaoh ritually embodied Horus, God on earth. Therefore, would not all pharaohs of this royal line be descended from the sea beasts of the primordial waters? Could this be the basis for a connection between a Merovingian bloodline and the Egyptian lineage of the pharaohs? Are you all familiar with the idea of the Merovingians? Have you heard of the Merovingians? Yeah? So Ramsay origin story. This is Ramsey Abbey, which I finally just visited for the first time. It's actually down in England. And Scots will not like to admit that perhaps the Ramsay origins could have come from down south in England, but it appears that they likely had. Ramsey Abbey was established in 969 by Oswald, Bishop of Worcester, on land donated in East Anglia by Earl Alwyn. And it was on this small island known as Ramsey Island that rose up in the middle of this marshy lake area. Kind of sounds like that Egyptian origin story, how the mound of land rose up in the primordial waters, right? The island had one single animal upon it when they came to it. And so this is why they decided they wanted to build Ramsey Abbey here. And the single animal upon this mound of land was a ram. Hence, Ramsey is where they say they get this name from, Ram of the Sea. And this is very similar to the Egyptian ram god who rose from the sea on the mound of the land. There have been suggestions that there was previously an ancient Egyptian settlement here. And it could have been that this story about them finding this ram on this mound of land was true and it was a sign from God, and that's why they chose to do this. Or they could have just been taking this story, like a lot of religions do, and adopting it from an earlier Egyptian creation story to make it Christianized, perhaps. However, I've had friends that go psychic questing, if you will. My friend Andrew Collins has friends that have done different quests of their own and that have never even been to Ramsey Abbey, that do remote viewing and that sort of thing. And they have been working on Ramsey Island, and they have seen and felt that there was such an Egyptian presence there. And I was recently there with my dowsing rods, and of course I was asking them and guiding me, and they led me to believe that there was, at one point in time as well, an Egyptian presence. But more importantly, energetically, Ramsey Island, where this was, it's no longer an island anymore, but it is, when you go to it, it is raised up. So you can see where it once was an island. And it's incredible. The energy there, I was using my dowsing rods, and it was just hotspot after hotspot after hotspot. And once you walked right up to the gates of the Abbey, Scott was videoing it, once you walked right up to the gates of the Abbey, my dowsing rods were just going insane. They were just turning every which way. It was amazing. So I think they chose to build the Abbey there on that place because it was so energetically charged. It would have been a great place, obviously, for meditation and for prayer, spiritual work. Oh, so I haven't dowsed there specifically, but I've dowsed at other sites, and usually what I do is when I'm dowsing there, I usually go to look to see if they're inflow vortexes or outflow vortexes, and I'm also looking to find the boundaries of energy, because to me, what these stone circles usually are marking the boundaries of where these energetic hotspots are.
Hayley, can I just interrupt for a sec? Because there are people that are listening remotely, if somebody has a question, we've got a helper here who's going to run the microphone, so raise your hand, we'll get you the microphone so people can hear your question. Sound good? Okay. You got a job, baby. Do it well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, did you need the mic?
I can.
Yes, okay, perfect.
I thought you were done.
No, you're good. So in part of it, what I was asking was like the stone itself. She had doused it and found the energy levels on the stone itself, and I didn't know if you had done that yet.
No, not at that specific stone that you were looking at, because that's in Kilmartin Glen. And so when we've been out there, I've actually never taken my dowsing rods out there yet. So I just brought them over with me for the first time this year over to Scotland. And I was just dowsing for the first time with them over there this summer. So we're going to be going to that site actually in a couple of weeks. So maybe I'll try that then. But when I see the cupules like that, I'm always curious too if that signifies a certain amount of energy change.
I would love to know if it ends up having the same rings as you go up as well.
Yeah, well, you'll have to follow and stay in touch, and maybe I could share some of that with you. Any other questions? Okay. So going back to Ramsey Abbey and using my dowsing rods there, Scott was kind of a non-believer in them, and then and so I gave him the rods, and I told him to ask him a couple of yes and no questions, and then he was really freaked out. But anyway, so we did this test where we were marking out the different hot spots of energy as we were walking up to the gates of Ramsey Abbey, because there's not much left of it now. There's a private school inside. And so every so many steps, we would get a hit. And so I did it about 5 or 6 times. I had Scott go and do it, and he got the hits in the exact same places each time that he went. And he did it about 2 or 3 times. And so that just went to show that we were obviously on ground that was extremely energetic. And of course, the ancients that would have been there would have known that and would have harnessed that energy for their spiritual purposes. So going forward, I want to tell you a little bit about the Egyptian etymology at Ramsey Abbey, believe it or not. I was really surprised to find that there actually is evidence that remains today based in the names of places and the names of things that there could have been an Egyptian presence here. So Mershem is a nearby sandy shore. So first, when I looked this up, the first thing that came up was that Sham and Shem were Hebrew words that meant divine. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But then I went a step further, and I looked into the Egyptian meaning of these words. So the Egyptian word Sham, or Shamo, means renewal of life, and which came from the yearly spring festival, Sham el Nassim, still celebrated today, which began over 5,000 years ago. And what it can be traced back to is the Egyptian celebration of Shemu. Shem also being close to the Hebrew word, and of course, Hebrew was derived from a lot of Egyptian words, but this celebration symbolized the annual flooding of the Nile. So could these etymological roots be evidence that Egyptians practiced their own rituals and festivals here on the bodies of water in this region of England that are referred to as mares? Because Mer Sham, here we have 2 Egyptian words, Mer Sham. Mer is an Egyptian word. It's a root word denoting religious or sacred use, but it's also used in the word for love, being Mer Ech. So could Mer Sham, in fact, have indicated a sacred place of renewal perhaps a place on the island of Ramsey Abbey, the sandy shore of the beach there, where they practiced their own yearly spring festival on Ramsey Island. These are still the place names today. And surrounding the area, these marshy, these lakes, they're still called mares, which I found really interesting. Nowhere else in England are they called this. Nowhere else in the UK are they called this, just in this one specific region. And this is a beautiful incense boat. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of surviving artifacts from Ramsey Abbey because of our boy, King Henry VIII, and how he wanted to go through and just destroy all the Catholic abbeys and churches. And so to preserve some of the artifacts, at one point in time, what the church did was they went and threw a lot of them into bodies of water, mares nearby. And so that's what they did with this Ramsey incense boat. And if you can tell, it's kind of hard to see, but it has a ram emerging from the water, a ram's head on both sides, which is really beautiful. So that's one of the few remaining artifacts from Ramsey Abbey. So is there evidence that the Egyptians made it to Britain? Yes. And these are called the Ferriby boats. They were discovered at North Ferriby in East Riding, Yorkshire. And this was Europe's earliest sea craft found outside of Egypt. They were made in the exact same style that the Egyptian boats at the time were made, built from wood, willow, and moss, used for export and import. Ferriby Boat 1, dated to 1880 to 1680 BC. Ferriby Boat 2, dated to 1940 to 1720 BC. And Ferriby Boat 3, dated to 2030 to 1780 BC. So yes, it is quite possible that the Egyptians were in fact traveling over to Britain, Ireland, and perhaps beyond. These boats were identical to the Egyptian boats at the time. They were not found anywhere else except in the UK from these eras. And it was an incredible find down in Yorkshire. So this goes back to even before Queen Scota's time. So if they were sailing over to Britain before Queen Scota, then of course Scota and her people could have been sailing over there in these boats too. They would have had advanced boats by her time. So the earliest plank-made boats came from Egypt, and that shows there was a sharing of information, obviously, and construction between Britain and Egypt in early times. They would have been interacting, they would have been trading, sharing information, and so on. So the Ramsays in Scotland now. This is my ancestral home, Dalhousie Castle. I actually lived here for a time back in 2019 when I started doing my tours. I stayed here for 6 months. The castle hosted me as their on-site tour guide. So that was how I got my start doing tours, Templar tours to different sites, which was amazing. When people would check in, they'd give them the opportunity to book a day tour with me, and I'd take people to places like Roslyn Chapel. It was great. So in 1066, a pirate, the progenitor of the Ramsay clan, followed William the Conqueror to Britain. In 1124, a knight of Norman descent named Simon de Ramsay accompanied the Earl of Huntingdonshire, who became King David I, to Scotland. And King David gifted the lands of Dalhousie, at the time called Dalwolsey, to him. And Dalhousie Castle became the seat of Clan Ramsay, a lowland clan, and is now a luxury hotel. And it is a hotel that we use on all of our Scotland tours now. It is a very special place to me, and it has lots of incredible history. It is stunning, and it dates back to the 1200s. So the etymological history of Ramsay. So in Arabic, the name Ramsay is a boy's name, but also it's found in the Quran. The word Rams meant a secret code, gesture, or symbol. It is used in the Quran, verse 341, when it says, "He said, my Lord, grant me a sign." The angel said, "Your sign is that you will not be able to speak to people for 3 days except by signs." Jesus was literally dead for 3 days as well. So I found that connection rather interesting. The boy's name, Ramsay, literally translates to "he who keeps secrets." And in the Egyptian, the name Ramses comes from son of Ra, or begotten by Ra. Bernard de Clairvaux, the Cistercians and the Templars, Bernard joined the order at Citeaux, France, with 30 family members in 1113, including 2 of the original 9 Knights Templars. And they first founded the daughter abbey at Clairvaux at 1115, which is why he got the name Bernard de Clairvaux. And then he wrote the charter for the Knights Templar. And this was January 13th, 1129, where the order became official. And they were known as the white-robed monks. And their patron saint was also Mary. A little bit of that divine feminine for you. And the Cistercian motto happened to be Ora et Labora, which means prayer and work, which also happens to be the motto for Clan Ramsay. So Ora et Labora, prayer and work, was the motto of the Cistercians who founded the Knights Templar. And they married into Templar families in Scotland, such as the Sinclairs, the Setons, the Lindsays, and the Stewarts, and many more I could go on to name. And of course, you see the unicorn here again in our crest. We had very close ties to the Stewarts and the Sinclairs, which I'll share more on. The Sinclair and St. Clair origins. This is a picture going right up to the Sinclair Castle, which is called Roslyn Castle, and it's spelled slightly different from Rosslyn Chapel. It's spelled after the town, Roslin, while the chapel is Rosslyn. People often get confused with the different spellings. They're believed to have originated from Normandy, France, from a region named St. Clair. The first St. Clair, William the Seemly St. Clair, came to England with his cousin, William the Conqueror, in 1066. He was escorted by King Malcolm's bride, the Saxon princess Margaret, from Hungary to Scotland, and he was made cupbearer to Queen Margaret. And then he was granted the barony of Roslin in 1070. So the Sinclairs have quite a long history here in Roslin. Now, this is an interesting St. Clair crest that I came across that I wanted to show with you. First you have the engraved cross here, but this was from 1622, and this can be found in the inside of the castle, and I did rent the castle out by myself in 2019. You can rent it through the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, and I had a little bit of a spooky experience there, but it was really cool. So if anybody wants to hear about that later, I'll share it with you. But this is the crest from 1622, Sir William St. Clair, and I'm going to dive a little bit into the meaning of this. It's found on the kitchen ceiling. This was used from the 1500s to the 1600s, and the reason why it's found still in the castle now is Sir William did a major remodel, basically, back then. And there's references to the divine feminine here. The dove and the Holy Spirit, Sophia. And then you have the word credo, which is kind of hard to see. It is just here, C-R-E-D-O, credo, which is I believe. You have the griffin, which is the guardians of a treasure hoard. Appropriate, right, based on what we've all read in the Da Vinci Code or seen in the Da Vinci Code. We have a mermaid, which was a symbol that, interestingly, was condemned by the Roman Catholic Church, and the Sinclairs were Catholics. So that was rather strange. The mermaid represents rebirth, fertility, sexuality, the mother of the sea, and was capable of protection and fastened to ships. But this isn't so strange if we think about the fact that the Sinclairs were known for making their voyages over to the Western lands, over to the Americas, prior to Christopher Columbus. And the seaweed that she holds in one hand here represents the deeper mysteries, what lies beneath the surface and appears to be hidden from someone outside of the water. It can represent the unconscious aspect of self, but also a secret, hidden from those that can't see. And then on the other hand, she holds here a torch to navigate the dark depths of the abyss. The torch is an obvious symbol for light, enlightenment, or knowledge. So it is this feminine figure in the dark abyss that holds this secret or this knowledge. And I find that just beautiful, the way that this is written out. And I'd also like to point out that here we have also what appears to be the feminine anatomy, the female reproductive system, fallopian tubes, which is really beautiful. And then here is supposed to be a dove or the Holy Spirit. So this was a family crest that when I came across it, when I saw it on the ceiling, when I stayed there, I thought, that's beautiful. And that was put there during the remodel in 1622. Now, also, the connection to a sea beast that I mentioned earlier with the Egyptians and the sea beast. And being descended from the sea beast, we have the mermaid here too. And the Sinclairs also, allegedly, according to some, had ties to the Merovingians, which also had legends of being descended from a sea beast. So the Merovingians, many mythologies have origins from a sea creature like primordial waters, just like Egypt and even Clan Ramsay. The Chronicles of Fredegar, the Frankish king Clodio, married a woman who became pregnant in 410 AD. She was impregnated by a beast of Neptune. The son was named Merovingian, and he was half human and a half sea creature, just like a mermaid, right? And Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, they allude to the Merovingians' descent from Jesus and Magdalene, and that the Sinclairs descended from the Merovingians. So, with that said, that could be another allusion to why we have a mermaid guarding a secret in the crest of the Sinclairs. Magdalene fled to France and allegedly gives birth there. And if we break down the words of Merovingian, we have Mero and Vin, which could potentially mean the vine of Mary or bloodline of Mary. The Merovingians were known for their long hair, which had magical properties. Magdalene was always shown with uncovered long hair, like the Nazarites. Were Merovingians descended from a Jewish Nazarite tradition? And going back, actually, the word Nazi, which we all have had a very negative connotation of the word Nazi, obviously, but originally in Hebrew, it meant prince. So Nazarites, they had a very high status in society. Could the mermaid be a symbol that links these two families together nearly 1,000 years apart? Were the St. Clairs hiding a great treasure or a great secret? Could it have been coin, treasure? Could it have been the Grail itself? Could it have been something like the Ark of the Covenant? Could it have been texts, scripts, lost gospels, lost knowledge? Or could it have been Mary Magdalene herself, as some have speculated? I'm going to take it a step further and talk about the relationship between both the Ramsay family and the Sinclair family. This is the Battle of Roslin, and it was all started over one of my ancestors, a Lady Margaret Ramsay. And I know all of us Ramsay women are just trouble, straight up. We're always just causing trouble. So, Lady Margaret Ramsay of Dalhousie Castle, Henry Sinclair, and John de Seagrave. All good stories start with a love triangle, don't they? So, Henry was knighted at Roslyn Castle in 1297, and Lady Margaret was there as his queen of the day. She was the appointed queen of the day. They'd been courting for quite some time, and when he was knighted, William Wallace was there, in fact. This was at Roslyn Castle, and they decided to announce their betrothal. However, John de Seagrave was this English governor at Edinburgh Castle, because this was during the time that the English were still ruling Scotland, unfortunately, and cracking down on them pretty hard. And so to keep a polite relationship, they used to allow John de Seagrave to come to Dalhousie Castle for dinner and whatnot, and he'd come over and he would attempt to court Lady Margaret, but she wasn't really having it. She would just be polite. He'd bring her gifts and try to woo her, and just to keep the peace, she'd be very polite. Well, word got back to him that she accepted his betrothal to the Sinclair, and he was so enraged that Seagrave finds out about their marriage in 1302, and he wrote to the King of England and said, hey, can we march on Scotland? And the king said, yeah, like any good reason to march on Scotland, of course, let's do it. So that's what they did, and they assembled 30,000 English soldiers and divided them into 3 battalions. One went to Borthwick Castle, one went to Dalhousie Castle, and then one went to Roslin. So there were a lot of English and not so many Scots. The odds were definitely not in the Scots' favor. They did win at Borthwick Castle. Dalhousie Castle, where Lady Margaret's family had been under siege for nearly an entire day before finally they won. And then they knew the last battle to be fought was at Roslin. So on February 24th, 1303, the Scots defeated 2 of the 3 battalions. And then the Cistercians, at a nearby Cistercians, Prior Abernathy, a Cistercian college, Prior Abernathy, comes to the aid of the Sinclairs.
Do you know what the significance of the scalloped edges on that cross are? It's really interesting.
On the Sinclair cross?
The Sinclair cross.
So
on the last
it's
slide.
called the engrailed cross.
Okay. It gave me vibes of like the scallop shell of Venus.
Pardon?
The scallop shell of Venus that she came out of in Botticelli's
What about it?
Birth of Venus. The scallop shell along the cross, it reminded me of the
Yeah.
Birth of Venus.
Yeah, definitely. So going back to the Battle of Roslin here, this is the last battle that they have to fight. And they call upon a veteran Knights Templar, Prior Abernathy, who comes, and he's trying to hype all the Scots up because there's only 8,000 Scots and there's 30,000 Englishmen coming. And the odds are not in their favor. But when Prior Abernathy comes, he says to them, "We will do victory this day." And he's trying to hype them up. And to do so, he has some of his men go to the Pentland Hills in the distance and erect a fiery cross. And so he says to the men, "See, it is a sign from God that we will do victory this day." So he gets all the men hyped up, and he's telling them the different battle tactics that they will use that he has learned from his time in the Holy Land. And then they also called upon the Knights Hospitaller from the nearby Torficcan Preceptory. So they came as well to the aid of the Sinclairs, and the 8,000 Scots defeated the English. And the funny part, the irony of all of this, was that only 10% of the English actually survived and escaped. Some of them escaped, and some of them were taken for ransom. And John de Seagrave, who started this whole battle over this woman, Lady Margaret, Henry St. Clair took him and ransomed him back to the English crown. And then he and Lady Margaret lived happily ever after. So the Battle of Bannockburn came a little bit later. So as I mentioned, Bruce was excommunicated from the church in 1306, and they had the battle on the 24th of June, 1314. And then the English had over 16,000 soldiers, and the Scots had only 7,000. So again, the Scots did not have nearly as many soldiers as the English. But Sir Henry St. Clair, the 7th Baron of Roslin, and his two sons, John and William, served that day at Bannockburn. And Sir Michael Weems of Macduff Castle also led his clan to Bannockburn. So these are two important family names, Clan Weems and Clan Sinclair, that you'll want to remember. The last charge of the Gillies that I mentioned, or more likely the Templars, also is referenced in an 18th century poem and talks about how the Templars were the secret weapon of Robert the Bruce. So then after this, shortly after the Battle of Bannockburn, Bruce establishes the Royal Order of Heraldom at Kilwinning, which is where the Mother Lodge of Scotland is, and likely where the very first Masonic lodge ever was. And the Royal Order of Heraldom at Kilwinning essentially was like an order that the Templars could join to become legitimate again, because they had been excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church and could not legitimately be Knights Templar anymore. So Roslyn Chapel and Da Vinci Code. Rosslyn Chapel was built in 1446 by William the Builder, and in 1441, William St. Clair the Builder appointed by King James II, the patron and protector of Masons of Scotland. Then, unfortunately, there was a fire at Rosslyn Chapel in 1447, and it was all because Lady Sinclair had a dog that was about to give birth, and she was hiding under the bed in their master bedroom, and the maid went to go check on the dog, and she'd put a candle beneath the bed. And then, unfortunately, the bed was made of straw, of course, and the bed caught fire, and then a massive fire broke out. But fortunately, nobody was hurt. Everybody got out. But the butler and the assistant to the family, he happened to be able to get all of these chests of documents out. This was the most important thing to everybody. Upon getting everybody else out, the Chamberlain stayed, and he actually chunked out like 3 or 4 boxes of these documents, because it's believed that Roslin was a repository for the sacred knowledge and these documents that were recovered and brought back from the Holy Land and from other places around the world. And so these chests, he was chunking out the window, and everybody is screaming at him to get out, but he knew how important these were to his master, to the Sinclairs, to the family, and so he risked his own life to get these boxes full of documents out the window, and then he finally was able to grab onto a rope and lower himself out safely. So thankfully nobody died in the fire. In 1546, Mary, wife of James V, mother of Mary, Queen of Scots, visited Roslin on its 100th anniversary to meet with Sir William St. Clair, the grandson of William the Builder. And she wrote something very interesting. "We bind and oblige us to the said Sir William, and shall be a loyal and true mistress to him. His counsel in secret shown to us, we shall keep secret, and in all matters give to him the best and truest counsel we can, as we shall be required thereto." What was that secret shown to her? That's awfully strange. For royalty to be bending over backwards to keep this secret and to be obliged to the Sinclairs. That was very strange to me. And that's not where it stopped. It got even weirder. She then decides to give him an annual allowance of 300 merks. In today's world, that's about 55,000 pounds a year. So she's supporting something. There was some secret at Roslin that she believed in and wanted to protect, and she felt it worthy enough to pay him an annual allowance of 55,000 pounds. So that was very interesting, and I still wonder what this secret might have been that was shared with her. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Sinclair-Williams journals, and Scott's going to talk more about them in his presentation, but this ties in a little bit to the covenant of the Templars that we're going to talk more about. So they were brought to Scott by a genealogical researcher in 2016, two prominent Scottish clans related by marriage. Those two clans I mentioned to remember, the Sinclairs and the Williams families. There are 20 volumes, 13 in Latin, 2 in Old English, 5 modern English. They span 15 generations, 417 years from 1353 to 1770. There was Templar treasure buried in the Western lands for some day. And it was a father-to-son tradition. So here's a couple of entries just to give you some context, because the Sinclairs were obviously involved in something secretive and mysterious and involved in the Templar tradition. On May 15th, 1354, Earl Henry was 8 years old, and he wrote, "As evening came upon us, I saw for the first time the gray cliffs of the island my father calls Isle of the White Stag. He has been there 6 times with his father." So the Isle of the White Stag is in Nova Scotia. This is in Canada. So this goes to show the extensive back and forth between crossing the Atlantic between Scotland and the Western lands, as they called it. This wasn't something new. This had been going on for quite some time, and this was part of this Templar covenant. When Earl Henry was 49, he wrote on May 1st, 1395, "We leave this daybreak from Kirkwall in Orkney for the Western Banks, Nova Scotia, with the blessing of King Robert III, and with the support of the herdmen who will oversee my obligations in Orkney while I am gone. Our goal is to find a better route to the empires of China further south in the ice-covered lakes, the Great Lakes, and suitable land for settlement beyond the boundaries of Greenland, which we visit on our journey. We also travel with 120 remaining Knights Templars, descendants of those at Bannockburn, under my grandfather's rule." Remember I mentioned that we factually know that the Sinclairs fought at Bannockburn? So they're making that reference here in these journal entries, that the descendants of those Knights Templar that fought under his grandfather's rule are now are in search of a free Templar state. We search for suitable places to transfer the Templar treasure hidden in Scotland. I'm going to switch back now to another important Scottish family, which were the Stewarts I talked a little bit about before. And has anybody heard of a Jacobite? Yes? Okay, fair amount. Have you guys watched Outlander? Yes? Okay, all right. So a Jacobite comes from the Latin Jacobus for James, because King James was deposed, and when he was deposed, he became known as the king across the water because he was sent over to Italy. A supporter of the deposed King James II and his descendants in their claim to the British throne after the Revolution of 1688, drawing most of their support from Catholic clans of the Scottish Highlands, Jacobites made attempts to regain the throne in 1689, 1715, 1719, and then the infamous 1745, 1746, finally being defeated in the Battle of Culloden, unfortunately. Jacobites were Catholic and the British crown had become Protestant. Now, part of the problem here was the Stewarts themselves actually were all Masons. There was a father-to-son tradition as well. King James II himself was a Mason. And the issue, and why they overthrew him, was because he was Catholic. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was that he was a tolerant king. Because within Freemasonry, it doesn't matter what religion you are, so long as you believe in a higher power. So he was tolerant. Whether you wanted to be Protestant, whether you wanted to be Catholic, whether you wanted to be Jewish, he didn't care. But the Protestants and everybody else saw that as sacrilege, and they weren't having it. So they overthrew him and installed William and Mary of Orange as the new Protestant king and queen. So Bonnie Prince Charlie, Charles Edward Stewart. He was born December 21st, 1720, and he died January 31st in 1788 in Rome. He was tutored also by somebody that is way back in my family tree, known as Chevalier Andrew Michael Ramsay as a child. And he was initiated into multiple secret societies. And as I mentioned, the Stuarts had a father-to-son tradition of Freemasonry and Templarism. And of course, Bonnie Prince Charlie would be introduced to this as well. So who was Chevalier Andrew Michael Ramsay? He was born in Ayr, Scotland, on July 9th, 1686. He died in Saint-Germain on the 6th of May in 1743. And he was famous for delivering Ramsay's oration. And essentially, in Ramsay's oration, he declares that there is a connection between the medieval crusading orders and Freemasonry. And he actually comes up in Scott's Cremona document, which I got pretty excited about. And it said in the Cremona document that at one point, Chevalier Andrew Michael Ramsay was entrusted with carrying this document for a time, which is why he would have had that knowledge of the connection between the Knights Templar and Freemasonry. So he actually was descended from Midlothian's Clan Ramsay's seat at Dalhousie Castle, so he is part of our clan. And he had been attracted to Catholic mysticism and meditation from a very young age. He studied at Edinburgh University, and he was initiated into a knight into the Order of St. Lazarus in 1723. He tutored Bonnie Prince Charlie in 1724 to 1726, though they remained very close friends, and he remained a mentor to Bonnie Prince Charlie for years to come. And he was initiated into Freemasonry around 1726. He studied the connections between Freemasonry and the Knights Templar extensively. So, is there any remaining connection between himself and Bonnie Prince Charlie later? Yes, of course, because he becomes a mentor to Bonnie Prince Charlie as he begins to be interested in restoring his father's legacy and regaining the throne of Britain, and he realizes how important it is to be also part of the Brotherhood of Freemasonry. So the Jacobites and secret societies actually had a lot in common. In 1689, John Graham, the first Viscount Dundee, 7th Laird of Claverhouse, also known as the Bonnie Dundee, was the sovereign grand commander. Upon his death at Killiecrankie, he was found wearing a white tunic with a red cross, proper Templar regalia. And his ancestor had married into a hereditary Templar family, the Lords of Torficcan. The Torficcan Preceptory was the medieval Knights Hospitaller Preceptory. Many Jacobites had fled to France, where Freemasonry was flourishing at the time. So at that time, we had a lot of Freemasons over in France that wanted to help fund the restoration of the Stuarts to the throne, but they wanted to do it from a distance. So they were sending money over, they were funding the Jacobite rebellions, but they were doing it from a distance so that they wouldn't get in trouble with the British Crown. So they were inclined to make these connections within the Brotherhood with their brethren. And interestingly, Freemasonry was born in Scotland, in Ayrshire at Kilwinning Lodge, as I mentioned earlier, which is also where Chevalier Andrew Michael Ramsay is from. So symbols and initiations of the Jacobites. They had their own secret initiations. There's not a whole lot written about them, but one of the most basic forms of initiation involved wine, which is my kind of initiation. But the white rose was a secret symbol of the Jacobites, and it was later an independence movement as recently as the 1960s. So they were called the White Roses of Scotland, and this is one of the first more modern movements of trying to get an independent Scotland once again. And the white rose was a symbol that, and during the uprisings, until it was found out, one could wear a white rose on their garb and go to an event, and it was a symbol of recognition. If you were wearing a white rose and you see somebody else wearing a white rose, you know they're also a Jacobite. You know they're also a brother. But women would also wear them too. So it was something that both men and women were a part of, and women would also go through initiations. The rose represented the bloodline, the Holy Grail. The rose has long been a symbol of the Holy Grail, and in this case, the white rose represented Bonnie Prince Charlie and the pure bloodline of the Stewarts. The Jacobite initiation involved a glass of claret. I'm telling you guys, I like this already. The Jacobite initiation involved a glass of claret that was passed over a bowl of water with a bronze Medusa. Because it was an ode to the king across the water. It was a solemn swear. And the reason why they chose claret, red wine, was because this represented the blood, the royal blood of the Stewarts. And when they were passing this back and forth across the bowl of water represented the water. And the king, King James, was across the water in Italy at the time. So as they said, they would say certain words, an oath, and pass this glass of wine, which represented the blood. And of course, then they would ritually drink the blood, right? They pass it back and forth. And the interesting thing was that the bowl of water was covered with bronze Medusas, with a serpent goddess, which likely has some sort of Gnostic tradition in connection to the serpent, which is gnosis, knowledge, and perhaps even the divine feminine. Now, like I said, a lot of these clans that were Catholic and in Scotland, well, you hear all the time about how the Roman Catholic Church has demonized Freemasonry and you're not allowed to be a Mason if you're Catholic. But even today, this tradition still holds in Scotland. There's two different orders that you can join. There's the Orange Order, which is for the Protestants, and then there is and that comes from William and Mary of Orange, the Orangites, who were on the Protestant side. And then you can join the Freemasonry, and all Freemasons are Catholic, which is really weird, right? But it all goes back to this, to this time. So the Lodge of Dunblane No. 9 was one of the most notorious Jacobite lodges that existed in Scotland. So the Lords of Strathallan, the Camerons of Lochiel, the MacGregors, the Drummonds of Balhaddy, all these different families were very supportive and were financing the Jacobite rebellion. Scholars have debated whether Bonnie Prince Charlie was in fact a Freemason or a Rosicrucian, but we do know that he was, in fact, because he was initiated into a Jacobite lodge just outside of Rome. And interestingly, there were papers that detailed this initiation that were torn out of a journal. And if you want to read more about this is a great book that Scott actually got me for Valentine's Day last year. So this was a really, really good read. And this author is a woman who is just brilliant, and she knows so much about the Stewarts and Freemasonry and how it all played in with the Jacobite politics of the era. So he was made Grand Master of the Knights Templar on September 30th in 1745 at Holyrood Palace in Edinburgh. This was 6 months before the Battle of Culloden, the final put down. His involvement in Freemasonry had been debated, but he was absolutely a Templar. And the hereditary Grand Master position passed on from father to son in the Stewart lineage. So this is an excerpt from the Duke of Perth. And I found this really beautiful. It's a very long letter, but I just wanted to share this little bit with you. He wrote this after attending the event where Bonnie Prince Charlie was made Grand Master. It is truly a proud thing to see our prince in the palace of his fathers, with all of the best blood in Scotland around him. Our noble prince looked most gallant in the white robe of the order and took his profession like a worthy knight. Freemasonry in the American Revolution played a pivotal role, just like it did in the Jacobite risings. I mean, if you think about it, they were very similar. Many American heroes were Freemasons seeking separation from church and state. Notable Freemasons were people like Ben Franklin, George Washington, Paul Revere. 53 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence were, in fact, Freemasons. As I mentioned earlier, I read a couple of passages from the Sinclair-Williams journals, and this is one that's just really profound, and I wanted to share this one with you. This is the last entry I'll share with you, and I know Scott's going to share some more. But this is from John Weems, and at one point in time, the journals got passed on from the Sinclair family over to the Weems family because one of the Sinclairs wasn't trustworthy, and he wanted to go and recover the treasures from the Americas that had already been brought over to use for his own selfish purposes. So one of the sisters, who was a Sinclair, decided to entrust her husband, who was a Weems, with the journals and with this covenant, which is how they ended up with the Weems ended up with the journals and with these responsibilities. So John Weems, Jr., age 28, May 6, 1770, my father, having been raised to the status of Master Mason in the 46th British Regiment, presided over the meeting, which was attended by William Ball of Philadelphia and Benjamin Franklin, the former provincial Grand Master of Pennsylvania. The brethren gathered in the schoolhouse and for 3 hours were impressed upon by the presiding brethren the importance of their mission. We were each divided into groups of 5 and told to embrace each other in the coming journey and to learn to trust and depend upon each other as it would become vitally important in our task. The presiding brethren also imparted their knowledge of current political events and told us that it was immensely important that the Templar treasure find its way back to the Grand Lodge to assist in the oncoming war. We would soon lose control of the territory in Nova Scotia, and the brethren feared it would be lost if not retrieved straight away. They also reiterated that secrecy was of the utmost importance and that we would always be surrounded by British troops and subjects who might report our every move. Brother Franklin reminded us that no matter what our political or religious leanings, our loyalty to the brethren was most important. We must honor our commitment and remember our vows, or the burgeoning nation of free men might never come to pass. And we're living in that burgeoning nation of free men that did come to pass. Because of this covenant, because of these families, and because of these Templars that upheld that covenant for so many years, despite everything that they went through, despite all the persecution, despite all the hardships they endured. So, what if I told you that once upon a time, we may have had a king instead of a president of the Americas? Would you believe me? No? No. Okay, so, well, at one point in time, it was actually quite a possibility. What if Bonnie Prince Charlie's cause didn't end at Culloden? What if it continued? He was Grand Master of the Knights Templar, after all, and America was meant to be a free Templar state. George Washington had been asked to be king himself, in the Newburgh letter on May 22nd, 1782, and he actually had said, I did not defeat one King George to become the next. And so he said, I know who should be King George. Not King George, I know who should be king. And so he did end up sending his men to Italy to propose kingship to the rightful king twice. And that would have been Bonnie Prince Charlie. And at this time, Bonnie Prince Charlie was not so Bonnie anymore. He was a lot older, and he had been drinking himself to death, sadly. And he decided that he did not, in fact, want to accept the kingship for fear of another mass disappointment like Culloden. He didn't want to let down his people, but he also didn't have a legitimate male heir. So there was no security in his bloodline. But why was it that they considered him the rightful heir to the King of the Americas? Was it because he was the Grand Master of the Knights Templar? Perhaps. It would have been a brilliant statement to the British, for one, a big screw you after Culloden and after the American Revolution. They had asked him once before the American Revolution, and they had asked him after winning. And he had said no on both occasions, and sadly, he ended up drinking himself to death. But can you imagine, would this world be much different had Bonnie Prince Charlie accepted kingship? Would our nation be that much different? What do you think? If we had a Stewart lineage still intact in the Americas? In some ways, I think that it might be. And in other ways, I think it wouldn't be, because I think it was very symbolic, and I think we would have upheld those Templar tenets.
My personal thought is, I think the reason that they offered him the kingship, and it seems like, well, we're supposed to be a republic with democratic principles. Why would we want to have a king when we just fought a revolution, right? That doesn't make sense. But what a lot of people don't realize is it took us several years for us to figure out exactly what kind of a government and a structure that we now have to be put in place. And in fact, we had 14 different presidents of the Continental Congress. But during this time, the first time he was asked was before the Revolution, and the second time was just after. And I think the idea our founding fathers had was this was going to be a symbolic gesture. Like you said, to the British, it would have been a huge FU because they had defeated him at Culloden, and now he's going to be installed as king. After they get defeated, that would have sent a pretty powerful message. But the other thing is, I do think that the fact that he was the Grand Master, and just about all of our founding fathers were not just Master Masons. They were also Knights Templar. They just didn't tell anyone. So by having him being the Grand Master would have been very symbolic. And again, going back all the way to 1307 when the Templars were persecuted by the Roman Catholic Church and the King of France, the monarchies. So there's a lot of things that were going on here, but they also knew that Bonnie Prince Charlie was very old, and he wasn't going to be king for very long. And in fact, I think he died in 1788. So I think he should have done it. It would have been a great symbolic gesture. He didn't, and that's the way it went. But I think those are some of the things that were going on at that time, and I just think it was a great idea. I just wish he would have gone for it.
So do I personally, but I think that this goes to show the major importance among these families in Scotland to complete this covenant of this free Templar state here in America, and the extreme lengths that they went to bring us to where we are today. And we wouldn't be sitting here in this country if it weren't for all of them, for all of the brothers, the Masons, the Knights Templar that fought for this free state that we live in now. So I want to thank you all. Does anybody have any questions?
Hi, thanks. A lot of, pardon me for being a skeptic and a doubting Thomas, but a lot of what we are talking about here hinges on the existence of a historical Jesus. And as a lot of what I've read, I mean, that's pretty skimpy. I mean, he's not mentioned in Josephus, Roman annals. And so I'm just trying to make the link here between the existence of the historical Jesus and not the construct that was made later, and maybe something that we discuss later. But that to me is kind of a gap that I'm having a little trouble with. So anyhow.
Well, that's a great question, and I can see why. There is significant evidence that he in fact was a real person. Obviously we have evidence around the world. For example, all the way down in India that he was there. There is even a grave attributed to him down in that part of the world that people make a pilgrimage to visit. But also in Scotland, all these people for hundreds of years have carried on this tradition. And not only that, but we have what's called the Talpiot Tomb. Are you familiar with the Talpiot Tomb? So the Talpiot Tomb...
Hayley, just give them a quick summary, but I am going to go into the Talpiot Tomb in detail in my presentation.
Okay, gotcha.
Just give them a synopsis real quick.
Okay, perfect. Well, you'll really enjoy that when he gets into it then. The Talpiot Tomb exists in Jerusalem, and it was basically a family tomb for Jesus' family. And it had an ossuary for Jesus. It had an ossuary for his mother. It had an ossuary for his father. It had an ossuary for his son. And it also had an ossuary for Mary Magdalene, amongst others. There was a total of 10 ossuaries, correct, that were found? And it was found by accident, I believe, right?
Yeah. But I'm going to go into it. But the point is that there is some very compelling evidence that Jesus did, in fact, exist. He was a human being, and we'll go into it in great detail. So that's a great question, but hold it for a second. And I think maybe, do you have something you want to add to this? Yeah.
I'm not going to get into the Talpiot Tomb stuff that Scott's going to be covering, but I will say that many of the stories attributed to Jesus, we know came from earlier sources. Even though we'll get into the evidence of him existing as a real man, I would say almost 85% of the stories attributed to him in the Bible come from earlier mythological and religious stories from other traditions.
How would you suggest somebody look into digging deeper in addition to taking a pilgrimage with you this September?
Yes, yeah. So, no, it's a great question. Actually, I suppose I have too much free time on my hands, and I just go looking for any breadcrumb I can find on the internet. But with that, there's places named, for example, in Scotland, Temple. There's a town called Temple, and that was named after where there was a preceptory. That was Ballintradoch, and that's what's nicknamed now Temple Church in Scotland. And so a lot of these places are referred to as temple because the Knights Templar always had their temples were called temples. And so those name places are often remnants of what was. Like, for example, there's barns, and I think Scott's going to talk about them. But Temple Cressing Barns, even. I mean, all these places, usually you can tell that there is evidence of the Templars based on the name place having temple in it, or even Mary. For example, Mary Cooter I was talking about, there was, the town itself is also called Mary Cooter, the reason being the other side of the river, there's a Peter Cooter, and it was because there was another monastery over there, and it was, I forget which monks have the patron saint of Peter. I can't remember.
Tyrannensians?
No, it wasn't the Tyrannensians. But anyway, so they didn't have a bridge to get over to the other chapel, so the Knights Templar built their own, and that's why one side of the river was Peter Cooter, and then the Knights Templar built their own on this side, hence Mary Cooter, because their chapel was dedicated to Mary. So you can find a lot of place names when you see on the map, whether it's Mary or Temple, Cross, or anything like that. I kind of always just take a look and see, what are the odds? I just dive into it and see if there's any correlation or connection.
When Charles was offered the kingship, do you know the terms or how he would have fit into the structure of the government? Would he have had a parliament? Would there have been terms? I guess this would have been a constitutional monarchy.
So what they were looking to do at the time, I believe, was they were looking to have him much like a figurehead, but they were still trying to figure out how they could have a democracy as well. So it would have been something where they had him as the king and probably somebody that they would run decisions by, but it would have still been a democracy because they wanted to do something entirely different from the UK, from what they just had fought, and they wanted to separate church and state entirely. So it would have been a different structure completely. There's not a lot of details as to how it would have gone, but he was just fearing that because he didn't have a male heir to continue the bloodline, that it would just be a complete failure and disappointment. And he was very disappointed in himself after letting down his people at Culloden.
I just had a quick question. I'm really fascinated by the is it Henry Sinclair journal?
Yeah.
Is there any way to get access to reading the material?
So the first book is published by the genealogist that brought them to our attention. Her name is Diana, and you can look her book up online. It's available online, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm working on a book on the journals right now. And when I have that ready, we're going to publish it, and then Diana's going to publish her version. But anyway, we'll have more to say on that very, very soon.
But in the meantime, if you go online and you search, what's her actual book called? It's Diana Muir, the Journals of
Earl Henry Sinclair.
Yeah, and you'll find it.
Book one.
Book one, and it's a purple cover. So, and it'll have I think it has a sword on it.
Actually, I think there's a copy back here floating around. Yeah. Yeah. No, they're not all published. They've been pulled. If you have all three. Yeah, you got lucky. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you can find it online and get that first book, and then the next books will be coming out in the next year.
In this coming year.
Yeah, the next coming year. So yeah, definitely read them. They're really interesting, and they actually we didn't have time to read all the entries, but some of them go into some very interesting esoteric references within Freemasonry, within the craft that we've never even heard of today. So very early references to Freemasonry going back to the 14th century that disputes that Freemasonry didn't start till this, what was it, the
1717,
yes.
But we know that's nonsense. So.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Scott Wolter.
Okay. Well, hey, how about that? Was that great? Are we ready to go? All right. Well, grab a chair, and now it's my turn. And what we're going to do is we're going to start by talking about the Kensington Runestone, which is, without question, the most important historical artifact in the history of this continent. Yes, that's my opinion, but I think when I get done, you will agree. And it's what started me on this journey that I never saw coming. Because the runestone came into my lab in July of 2000, and a representative of the Runestone Museum, where the artifact is currently housed, approached me and said, "We'd like you to study the Kensington Runestone." And I said, "What's that?" I had no idea what it was. All I can and everybody around me knew what it was, and all I can say is I must have missed school that day because I didn't know what they were talking about. Anyway, I'll come back to that. But this is the Kensington Runestone right here. It's 31 inches long, 15 and a half inches wide, and 5.5 inches thick. It weighs 202 pounds. It's quite heavy. I've carried it multiple times. And by the way, if you notice that I have a scratchy voice, it's because Hayley and I flew in from Edinburgh on Friday, and then a bunch of people at this conference, these speakers like Johanna over there, dragged us into the disco, and Hayley and I and a bunch of other people ended up dancing till 1 a.m. And I don't know about you guys, but I've got to stop this bad habit I have of trying to talk over the music in a disco. Doesn't work. In any case, I got to get the clicker. Okay, so there it is. And the story started in a place called, on a farm about 2 miles away from Kensington, Minnesota, which is located about 15 miles west of Alexandria, Minnesota, which is about a 2-hour drive from the Twin Cities, where we live when we're living in the United States. And in the fall of 1898, specifically in September, the man standing in the middle, a Swedish immigrant by the name of Olof Oman, was clearing trees in preparation for farming. On that spot right there, he and his 2 oldest sons, Olof Oman Jr., standing in the distance. And the reason he's standing in the distance in this painting, which I commissioned to be painted by a friend of mine about 20 years ago, is because he was forgotten for about 100 years until we discovered him, having been present at the time of the discovery, because the family, the Oman family, descendants of Olaf, came forward with a letter that he wrote to his brother in 1949. The reason I mention that is because for the longest time, for 100 years, it was believed that that was the second oldest son, Edward, who's pointing to the stone, was the only one that was present there, when in fact the fact is there were 2 of the boys that were there at that time. Now you can debate the relevance of that however you want, but the point is, the fact is, there were 3 people present at the moment of discovery, not 2. And this just points out, it's one of the many examples that I found when I started digging into all of the rumors about the runestone, that most of everything that people have heard for 125 years is basically BS, okay? So anyway, I'll get into the scientific aspects in a minute, but it was Edward, the younger son, who first noticed when Olaf, and he wrote in an affidavit that's at the Minnesota Historical Society, that he took a grub axe and he cut off the roots around the base of this tree, and then they took a winch and they tipped the tree over, which was brilliant because it brought the stump up at the same time. And it was Edward that noticed, tightly wrapped in the roots of this tree, that there was this 202-pound stone that had writing on it, now, or carvings in the stone. And at first it was thought it was a Native American almanac, which I don't know why they thought that, but they did. And eventually it was figured out that it was carved in Scandinavian runes. This is the inscription, and I'm just going to start by letting you read the inscription to you, and I want you to think about it as we go along, and we'll come back to it later on. But on the face side of the stone, it starts in the upper left-hand corner, read left to right. It's a number, And it's something called a pentatic number, is the numbering system that's used on the stone. And I can teach you how to use pentatic numbers in 10 seconds. Are you ready? You make a vertical line, horizontal line at the top is 1, 2, 3, 4. A loop at the top is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A full loop is 10. Put them in Arabic placement. You can make any number you want. How was that?
That was very good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it starts with the number 8. Now, how many people heard our lectures yesterday? You remember when Hayley talked about Venus and the sacred numbers associated with the planet Venus, i.e. the goddess, the physical manifestation of the goddess in the heavens? To the Templars, one of the most important numbers was the number 8. And then the next number in the sequence is 13, which is the number of the feminine. And isn't it interesting that the first number, the very first thing in the inscription is the number 8? We'll come back to that. 8 Gotlanders and 22 Northmen on this acquisition journey from Vinland far to the west. We had a camp near 2 shelters, or Esklar. That's that crazy word. That's why there's a question mark that the scholars have not figured out to this day. And we'll go into why in a little bit. 1 day's journey north from the stone. We were fishing one day. After we came home, found 10 men red from blood and death. And then we have 3 Latin letters, AVM. Save from evil. And that completes the 9 lines on the front. And on what I call the split side, and I will explain that in a couple minutes, it says there are 10 men by the inland sea to look after our ships. 14 days journey from this island peninsula hill, year 1362. Now 1362 is 130 years before Columbus, the guy that discovered America, who never set foot on the land that we now call America, that already had millions of indigenous people living here. The notion that he discovered anything is complete nonsense, but I digress. The other thing I want to point out is Island Peninsula Hill. That word on the runestone actually means a rise in land. Now, if a rise in land is surrounded by water, it's an island. If it's partially surrounded, it's a peninsula. And if there's no water, it's a hill. And the point in bringing that out to you is that you have to be very careful when you're translating and when you're, looking at old Swedish words in the medieval times and then converting them to English. It can be very problematic with the inscription. And you're going to see an example where one tiny detail can change everything if it's misinterpreted. So there's the inscription. Now, when the stone came into our lab, I remember I had a discussion with this representative who clearly was an advocate for authenticity. And I said, dude, listen, you need to understand that I'm going to do this work for you, but I may come back and give you news you're not going to like. And you're still going to pay me. Because that's the beautiful thing about doing the forensic work that I do, which is basically autopsies on concrete and rock. We do material forensics, mainly in the construction industry, looking at concrete. And so if concrete goes bad, they hire me to tell them, why did it go wrong? And secondly, who's going to pay, right? And we've put people out of business. We've worked in all kinds of interesting projects. We were assigned to the Pentagon after 9/11. We looked at all the fire damage concrete, and that was an amazing project. That's a lecture in itself. We've worked on murder cases, all kinds of things. So this runestone was interesting, but it wasn't like that big of a deal to me. And again, I had no interest, no vested interest in the outcome. I just do my work, and when it's done, I tell them, whether it's good news or bad news, life doesn't always go your way, right? And you pay me, write the check. So I told him that, and he said, okay, and away we went. So just understand the context of the conditions that we worked under. So when you look at the split side, We call it the split side because after I did my initial examination, and I want you to understand when we do these forensic investigations on concrete, rock, whatever it is, we start by looking at the large scale features and we work small. And eventually we get on the microscopes, polarized light microscopes, transmitted light, scanning electron microscopy. We've got all the latest technology, and we used it on the Runestone. Now, when you look at the split side, as opposed to the rest of it, if you look at that bottom photo, do you see the back side of the stone, how it's sort of gray and weathered? And it has deep glacial striations because it spent time in the bedrock and was scratched by the glaciers before it was plucked out and carried presumably near the Kensington area where they found this large slab of rock, and they split it down to the final side that we have. The reason we know that is you can see there's a different color on that split side, and you can see the little impact fractures where they hit it with the hammer. Now that became very important in our analysis you'll see coming later here. Now, interestingly enough, on the back side of the stone, you can see those striations, even in plan here. You see these white undulating and branching lineations, right? Those are actually scars on the rock produced by roots. But there was a discrepancy because in the literature, when they interviewed 12 witnesses that were there either at the moment or shortly after the discovery, before they pulled it out of the roots of the tree, the roots were described as 3.5 inches wide and flattened from prolonged contact. These are a maximum of 1/2 inch wide. That was a disconnect for me, but we were able eventually to explain that, and I'll get to that in a sec. Here we have 3 sketches that were made by first-hand witnesses, and it shows, and actually what it does is it matches the way that those root leachings are going across the back of the stone. The main root of the stone went down the side, and then the secondary roots were going over the back of the stone and down. So the inscription was face down in the ground. It was placed face down in the ground. So at that point, I did something that was very controversial to some people. I actually took a core sample out of the back of the stone. And a lot of people that were true believers were very upset about it. They said, well, you're desecrating this stone. And I said to them, look, the world thinks this is a fake, right? So I'm going to cut a hole out of this, and you've got everything to gain and nothing to lose by me doing this because it's a fake right now, right? And then they kind of went, yeah, okay, go for it. So we did. And here's when we centered up the core barrel. I took about a 2.5 inch long core sample. We cut it up and started making thin sections that we examined under plane and cross-polarized light for those of you that are geologists. And this is the little sample bag I made out of an old Brunton box. And you can see that we cut across the root leaching on the upper left part of the core sample, and I made thin sections both parallel to the back surface and perpendicular so we could look at it at multiple orientations. Here are some of the thin sections. On the left is plain polarized light, on the right is cross-polarized light, and this is the type of work that we have to do to identify the mineralogy of this rock so we know exactly what kind of rock it is and what its mineral composition is. And what was really fun about this is that the guy that came and was representing the museum first went to the University of Minnesota, Duluth, where I went to college. And he approached the geology department, and all those guys there were my old professors. And the sedimentologist up there was a guy named Dick Ojekangas. And I remember that there were, and he said, well, if you want somebody to do this work, you got to see Scott Wolter in St. Paul. That's how we got to my lab. Well, once we started doing the work, now I can handle sedimentology and I could identify the rock just fine, but I thought it would be fun to bring in the top guy in the world, which was Dick Ojekangas. And he agreed to do it. And years later, we were at an event, and he pulled me aside, and we were having a beer, and he said, you know, Scott, you remember when we did this work? I said, yeah. He said, I was told by people that I should not do it, that it would ruin my reputation working on the Kensington Runestone. And I said, really? And I said, well, why did you do it? He said, screw it. He said, I don't care what they think. And so we did it together, and it was really fun to do it with my now retired professor who's in his 90s. Anyway, and we identified the rock as a Paleo-Proterozoic metagreywacky. I don't see you guys writing. There will be a quiz. And it's about 2 billion years old. It is a very old rock. And it's made up of a lot of minerals, and I'll get to why that's important in a minute. But something else we were able to do more recently, I was involved in a show called Secrets of the Viking Stone. Anybody remember that series? You remember that? And one of the actors was Peter Stormare. He's an amazing guy. Do you know who Peter Stormare is? How many people saw the movie Fargo? You remember the two bad guys? Remember the one guy put the other guy in the wood chipper? Peter's the guy that put the guy in the wood chipper. And he didn't say anything. He just never spoke, right? But he's a wonderful guy, and he actually is from Sweden, and he's originally born and raised in the town right next to the town that Olaf Ullman immigrated from. So he felt a connection to the Kensington Runestone, and when he was filming the movie Fargo, and they had a break in filming, he drove up to Alexandria to see the Runestone about 30 years ago when they were making that movie, and he told me this story, he said, I'm going to do something on the stone, and that became this show. They did 12 episodes. I was in 11 of them, and I was their go-to guy on the Runestone. Anytime there was a question about the Runestone, they would call me. But anyway, it was during that filming of that show that we did this additional testing on the Runestone on that core sample. So you remember that core sample through the roots? This is a cross section, and that white area is the light leaching on the back side. Now, I proposed way back when that the active part of the root was in contact with the stone and was leaching out iron and magnesium as food for the tree, right? Those are the dark pigment elements that make the rock dark. Well, if that gets pulled out, the pigment's gone, it turns white, right? So I just said that, but I didn't do any testing to prove it. And there's a reason why. It has to do with politics, but I'm not going to get into it. Runestone Museum, Alexandria politics. But anyway, so what we did is we put it inside of a scanning electron microscope. Here it is on the mount. And we selected 8 different areas. No, it wasn't symbolic. It just worked out that way. Or maybe it was. Who knows? And we have 4 of those numbers, 6, 3, 4, and 5 in the white leached areas, and 8, 7, 2, and 1 in the dark areas that are not leached. And when we did the analysis, you can see that the average peaks for the iron in the areas that are white are lower than the background. So it did, in fact, leach out the iron like I thought. Well, this wasn't rocket science. It was easy. And if you look at magnesium, we have the same thing. There's a significantly less quantity in the white areas versus the dark areas. So this is important because the discrepancy of the width of the roots, 3.5 inches as opposed to 1/2 inch, boils down to the active part of the roots, which is the leading edge. And as the tree grows and the root system expands, the active part moves on, a bark forms, and then that process stops. So that explained the discrepancy. And it's very important. This is one example of many different examples where the data all has to fit. All of it must fit. Because if you have some anomaly that's hanging out there, you are not there yet. You cannot draw a definitive conclusion. So that's the way we do our work in the forensic business. And I will tell you that everything, not just geologically, but runologically, linguistically, dialect, grammar, the history of the late 19th century, and the medieval 14th century history all are consistent, cohesive, and conclusive. And you will see this as we go on. But I want you to understand the scientific method process. It all has to fit. Make sense? Right. Okay. So one of the things that I noticed that's been pointed out many times over this, the 125-year history of the stone is how fresh the inscription looks, like it was just carved yesterday. And I have to admit, when I first saw it, I thought the same thing. But then I got it under the microscope and I realized this. If you look carefully, you can see that the walls of the grooves are weathered and the scratches are down at the bottom of the groove. So what happened, and it turns out Olaf Oman wrote in his affidavit that after the stone came back to him in the winter of 1898, 1899, there was still mud packed in the grooves. So he took a nail and he scratched it out, which sort of begs the question, if he was the guy who was accused of carving it, why would you take a nail and scratch out the very, weathered appearance that he was accused of creating by burying it in the ground? That doesn't fit. Now, that's a human thing. That doesn't really count as evidence, but it really resonates with people, right? But anyway, that's what he did. And he created his own problem in many ways. But you can see that the weathering is on the walls of the grooves, which didn't get scratched. So clearly the weathering is older. Now here's another rune. You can see the scratches, but you can also see the flaking adjacent to the rune. So when the carver carved it, he didn't just get a perfect line, he had flaking along the edges. But that shows you the different colors that you see on the split side. It's the same coloration because it's the same age of weathering from 1362 as opposed to the glacial surface, which is, that iron lighter color on the surface, and then the white of the fresh scratching that happened in 1898. And it may as well have happened yesterday, because one of the most important things that we realized through our research was that the runestone, from the day it was pulled out of the ground, has never been in a weathering environment since 1898. That was important for me to know. So basically, those scratches are the same as they were 125 years ago as they are today. But we clearly see three different surfaces representing three different ages of weathering. Fresh, 1362, and 10 to 12,000 years ago when the glaciers dropped it off. Now, when you look at the bottom of the core sample where I snapped it off, fresh, right? And the scratches, the surface looks like this. Clean, no weathering, fresh minerals. That's what it looks like under the microscope, magnified about 50 times. This is the glacial surface that's been weathering for about 10 to 12,000 years, right? And we see a fairly aggressive, significant weathering profile. Now, remember the flaked areas and the split side? It looks like this. It's not fresh. It's been weathering for about 600 years. It's not 10 to 12,000 years. It's not fresh. It's something in between. And when you look at them together, you can clearly see we have three different profiles, right? So at this point, intuitively, I knew things were going in the right direction, but I wanted to try to quantify the age of the weathering. So what I did is we identified the mineralogy, and one of the key minerals that I could look at that has a weathering profile that I thought we could quantify that could give us some meaningful numbers was micas. Do you guys know what micas are? Micas are a flat, platy mineral that's very soft. It has a hardness of 2, and it's flexible. And it's bonded by a chemical bond, but it's not that strong. It's easy to break, especially through wetting and drying and freezing and thawing. And so what I decided to do was to do a weathering study by comparing the weathering of the same minerals, mica minerals, on tombstones of known age. They got the dates right there, right? So I had to go out to the East Coast to find tombstones that were over a couple hundred years old so I could, get some numbers. And I went and I actually collected samples from Revolutionary War era tombstones. And I went to Hallowell, Maine in Augusta. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is that the criteria has to be comparable to the runestone, which was actually found, the top of the stone was just sticking out on the one end, the rounded end, and it was angled down about a foot into the ground. These tombstones, I took samples at, above, and below grade and tested them all. So this is a very good comparison. The grain size of the minerals was the same, and the weathering environment is very similar to northwestern Minnesota. It's cold as hell in the winter, hot as hell in the summer. And then I took a chip sample off the split side. And I just took a little hammer and a chisel, and I had my then probably 8-year-old daughter, Amanda, holding a 5-gallon bucket, an empty bucket. I hit the chisel, bing, and she caught it. And there it is. There's that bucket. And, and then I put my samples under the microscope, a scanning electron microscope. And if you look on the left, that is the glacial surface, right? And if you look on the right, you can see the bottom of the core. And you have to understand, because micas, and biotite specifically in this case, the iron phase, which weathers the fastest, when you break that rock, it's going to fail along, the fracture is going to fail along the weakest minerals, which was the mica. So all those flat platey minerals you see there, they're like playing cards. That's what's on the surface. When the glacial surface was dropped off by the glacier 10 to 12,000 years ago, that surface looked like that over there. But because of the weathering, all the micas are gone. Then I put the chip sample in the SEM. And when the image came up, I started laughing because I knew intuitively what the answer to the question was. All the micas were gone. Based on the tombstones, when the micas began to come off the surface of these Revolutionary War era tombstones, was 197 years plus or minus 5. That's 200 years. And on the inscription, the runestone inscription, they're gone. So my conclusion was the weathering is older than 200 years. And that's from 1898 when it was pulled out of the ground. Remember I told you how important that was? So you go back from 1898, at least 200 years. Well, Olaf Ullmann couldn't have done it, could he? Nobody could have done it in the late 19th century, which is what the world thinks today. So guess what? It's authentic. It's real. And I wrote that in my report. And I thought to myself, wow, good for them. They got one. And I wrote the report, I sent it off, and then I moved on to the next thing. Oh no. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. Excuse my French, the shit hit the fan. And I was criticized and attacked, not by geologists, because I'm going to show you, I think there they are. You guys have heard of this process called peer review? My work was peer reviewed by about 10 geologists, both professional and academics. The guy in the lower left, that's OJ right there, Dick Ojekangas. John Green, he's an igneous petrologist. He's one of my professors. You see where I am in the middle? The guy to my right, that's Charlie Match. He's a glacial quaternary geologist, probably the best in the world when he was alive. Sadly passed away about 8 years ago. And 3 of those other guys are professors at the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. I also had a couple of professional colleagues that were geologists look at it, and they all agreed with my work. They had questions. I answered them. So when people say my work is not peer-reviewed, that's BS, okay? Now, you got to understand something else. I am not an academic. I work in the professional world. And I'm not trying to pick on academics, certainly not in hard science disciplines, but the people that were attacking me were archaeologists, linguists, runologists, historians, anthropologists, soft science disciplines, humanities disciplines, right? Who were accusing me of not understanding scientific method. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I run a frickin' lab. I do material forensics and scientific investigations all day, every day. I've been doing it for over 40 years. Facts first, interpretations, and then maybe you can draw a conclusion. And in my world, being a licensed professional, I have to be able and be prepared to testify in a court of law under oath to my findings. And that's a pretty high bar, because there's some real asshole lawyers out there that will have you talking out of your rear end if you let them. Anyway, in academia, at least with these soft scientists, what I've witnessed, it's basically truth by consensus. They sit around and talk about it until they all agree. And I know that's a harsh thing to say, but I've witnessed it, I've lived it. And they were attacking me, and I said, tap the brakes, slow down. I'm not perfect, okay? If I made a mistake, point it out. I'll fix it, okay? Because it's not about me being right, it's about getting the right answer. And, but that wasn't the problem. They just didn't like the result. And I said, well, tough hop. It is what it is, deal with it. But it was very perplexing, and it really bothered me. And that's what prompted me to dig deeper. And I have to say, it was nasty. It was really nasty. And a couple of times, it almost came to fisticuffs, and I'm not kidding. This happened in Sweden one time, but that's another story. So, I trusted the rock. I trust rocks. The rock said it was real. I don't trust some people. So I stood my ground and I went on. But shortly after I wrote my report and drew my conclusion, guess what? Somebody told me that somebody else, another geologist, had studied the Kensington Runestone, and his name was Newton Winchell. And I went, Winchell? Oh, shit. What if he came to a different conclusion? This guy is a giant, okay? He was the first state geologist of Minnesota from 1872 to 1900. The University of Minnesota Geology Department is called Winchell Hall, okay? This is who we're talking about. He studied the runes. Well, actually, he retired in 1900, and then they pulled him out of retirement because he was the top guy. And he studied the runestone from 1909 to 1910. He made 3 trips to Kensington, just like I did. And I'm reading his 76-page report, and I'm going, yeah. But he talked to Olaf Oman. He talked to his kids. He talked to his wife. He talked to his neighbors. He talked to people in the community that didn't believe in the runestone. He did a phenomenal job. And he wrote 50 pages in his geological notebook, and it's just incredible. And one of those drawings of the roots was in that notebook. He drew that. Anyway, on December 3rd of 1909, he published his 76-page report, and he wrote a cover letter. And I don't even have to do the next slide. I'll just tell you what it says. At the very end, it says, the said stone is not a modern forgery and must be accepted as a genuine record of exploration in Minnesota at the date stated in the inscription. And when I read this, I went, whew. But you know what? I shouldn't have been nervous, because all I did was independently replicate what he already did. You know what that's called? Scientific method. And so, you know, there's a lot of people out there, because of all the stuff we've done with the runestone, the TV shows, the documentaries and all that say, hey, Scott, you solved the Kensington Runestone. No, I didn't. That guy did. Always remember, it was Newton Winchell. So, at the end of the day, here's what it boils down to. It's It's a logic problem, right? It's either real or it's not. Pretty simple, right? The geology proves the inscription is authentic. Therefore, these things must be so. It means that all the language, the runes, the dialect, the grammar, the dating, everything must be consistent with the 14th century because that's when it was made. Fact, right? It means that all the scholars that said this was wrong, that it was fake, no, you're wrong. They're wrong. The stone proves it, right? It also means that there has to be a history, both in North America and in Scandinavia, to explain why that stone is here, right? Has to be. It also means, and this might be one of the most important things of all, Olaf Oman, until he died in 1935, maintained that he didn't have anything to do with it. He was telling the truth. And believe me, his descendants that I know personally, it means a lot to them. So, at that point, once the rock had spoken, I knew how important it was. I was pissed off for being attacked, and I said, God damn it, we're going to dig deeper. So I generated a photo library of the entire inscription. I took photographs, both with high angle and low angle reflected light, to pull out the three-dimensionality of the inscription of every single rune, word separator, and number. I took over 600 photos under the microscope. And I'll tell you what, some people have said that was the most important work I've ever done on the runestone, because when I did that, I started finding things that nobody else had ever noticed. And it doesn't mean I'm special. The reason they didn't notice is because it's a fake. Why bother, right? I knew it wasn't. So that's why I did this work. But some of the things that I found is that there were modifications to the runes and the numbers. Like, you see that dot in the R in the lower right leg? Do you see the dot on that W rune? And there's an extra hook on that hooked X on the lower left leg. And look at that thorn rune. It's got a split at the bottom. The hell's going on? Stay tuned. We figured it out. Now, the other thing I did after I generated the photo library is I got pissed and I said, I'm going to go to Sweden and I'm going to find this stuff because logic says it has to be there. So I ended up going over to Sweden and I ended up going to the island of Gotland, which is the middle of the Baltic Sea. And there are 92 churches on that island. And understand this, the one thing the scholars did tell me that I agreed with is that whoever carved this inscription back in the middle part of the 14th century had to have been a member of the clergy, because the common people weren't educated, right, by design. And so on Gotland, I was looking at grave slabs, medieval grave slabs. It's the largest trove of medieval grave slabs in the world that are on this island. There are hundreds of them. And guess what? I found everything. I went to all 92 churches because I'm anal retentive. It took me 2 weeks. They're located only about 4 or 5 miles apart. Why 92? I don't know, but they're there. And what was interesting is they were all Cistercian. Now remember, I'm a dopey geologist, right? I'm an ex-football player. And I don't know anything about medieval history. I don't know what the Cistercians are, the white monks. I'm not even religious. But I had to dig in and understand this stuff. And they were all Cistercian. Well, who are the hell are the Cistercians? Well, Hayley told you a little bit about them. They were founded by Robert Molesme in 1095, and then in 1113 at the first abbey in Citeaux, France, 30 family members, including Bernard de Clairvaux and Hugh de Payens, his uncle, joined the Cistercian order and in 1113. And by the way, that was actually a coup d'etat because they were all related and they took over the Cistercian order, and then the first daughter abbey was established at Clairvaux by Bernard de Clairvaux, hence the name Bernard of Clairvaux. And by the time, well, I'll get to this in a sec. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But I have to be fair to the scholars, okay? They didn't have the information that was on these grave slabs that turned out to be on the runestone, because this is the last place that the Scandinavian scholars studied the runic inscriptions of Sweden. And there are thousands of Viking age runic inscriptions all over, Scandinavia. But this was the last place. So I was the first person, along with Dick Nielsen, you're going to meet in a second, to study these grave slabs in context with the Kensington Runestone. But I went over and did it. And of course, all that did was piss him off even more, but that's fine. I don't care. There's Dick. So Dick and I teamed up, and the reason that I know anything about runes, the dialect, the grammar, the dating, all this stuff, is I learned it from him. And one of the beautiful things about working with Dick is that it was the collaboration of our two disciplines, runology and geology, that solved these questions, right? We didn't figure it out first, but we took it a lot further. And so I owe a lot to Dick. He passed away in 2016, but we published a 574-page book called The Kensington Runestone, Compelling New Evidence that answers every single question. I apologize for not having it here, but Amazon couldn't guarantee delivery, so I didn't want to. It's thick, it's heavy. I didn't want to carry it home. Anyway, so let's just talk about the language and the grammar. All the words on the Kensington Runestone are now found to be Old Swedish, including the so-called English words from Death and West. The stone is carved in an E dialect. Primarily in Scandinavia at that time, there were two dialects, an A dialect and an E dialect. And, the word fishing one day, fish, fiska versus fiski versus fiska. And the problem with har, this is so good. So I'll come back to that in a sec. So this is an interesting diagram because you see those list of names on that table there, Oman, Anderson, Fogelblad, Flotten, Gran. I'm not going to tell you who they all are, but you know who Olaf Oman is. These are people that have been accused over the last 125 years of somehow being involved in creating this fake runestone, right? Now, you have to understand that dialect is very important. I don't know how anybody in the late 19th century would know anything about medieval dialects in Scandinavia. But here are the facts, okay? If you look at the gray shaded areas, those are the E dialect regions. But if you look at the letters A, B, C, D, E, and you go to those regions, all 5 of these so-called suspects, none of them are from the E dialect region. They're all from the A dialect region. And what the scholars in Scandinavia told me, if you speak an A dialect, you can't do an E dialect and vice versa. So guess what? The dialect alone pretty much takes these guys out of the equation. But this is stuff that nobody knows, right? All you do is you go on your little Wikipedia and it says it's a fake. Check this out. When you get done with all this, do me a favor. Google Kensington Runestone, okay? Now, what I'm about to tell you may sound like bragging, but it's a simple fact. There's nobody walking on the planet today that knows more about all aspects of the Kensington Runestone than me. It's just a fact, right? But if you go to Wikipedia, you won't see my name. You won't see any of my research, certainly none of the geology. Can't have that. Nothing. You won't see any of my books. You know why? You know who the primary funder of Wikipedia is? The Roman Catholic Church. They don't want this thing to be real. They don't want the tower you're going to hear about to be real. The reason is, once you accept this artifact, it triggers a series of dominoes to fall. And they go to inconvenient places for the Roman Church. And I'm going to share one of those with you in a little bit. And it's going to blast them to bits. And it's time. Sorry. Anyway, so there's the dialect. Here's the problem with har. Check this out. So for 100 years, the one word on the Kensington Runestone that was absolutely a problem was the word har, the first word on the split side that says have 10 men by the inland sea to look after our ships. And it's true. That word is a modern Swedish word, and it's a problem. Now, remember, I didn't know any of this stuff at the time. This image you see on the right is a picture of a copy that Olaf Oman made when the scholars asked him to write down the copy so they could study it. You look at the first word there, you see that hooked X? That's what Oman wrote. But when I did my study of my photo study of all the runes, when I found curious things, I would put them in a separate folder called Odd Runes. And when Dick looked at those, and he pulled out the picture I took of that hooked X, which is right there, that's Har, H-A-R. What's different about the picture I took and what Olaf Oman wrote down? Do you see it? Do you see the two dots? The umlauts? If Oman carved the inscription, wouldn't he have put the two dots there? He didn't see them. Nobody saw them until I documented them. And Dick said to me, "Do you realize what this means?" I said, "No, Dick." "Tell me." He said, "Har, without the two dots, is a modern Swedish word. With the two dots, it's an old Swedish word. And it changes it from have 10 men by the inland sea. There are 10 men by the inland sea." And guess what? The one piece of evidence that the scholars had against the stone, they've been beating it up with for a century, was gone. Kind of like that. And there they are. But that wasn't enough. Eventually, when we got the 3D imaging, we used it. This is up at the museum. And I did some 3D imaging of the, I did imaging on a bunch of stuff. But you can see the light blue areas. That's where the man-made dots are. Those dots are there. This was an important find. But you see how details matter? It's incredible. 2 dots changed everything. Now the scholars, guess what? I don't hear a peep out of them. They don't say one word. But the magic bullet on the Kensington Runestone was something else I found that I didn't know what it was. It's called the dotted R. There's one there. There's one there. And one there. Now, I want to point out the first one on line 1. Do you see the upper loop? What happened is the carver wanted to make a dot in the upper loop, and when he hit it with the chisel, it fractured and blew out that top. You see that? Now, what I think happened is when he got to the next one, double R, Northman, it's the same word, north. Instead of putting it in the upper loop, he goes, I had a problem last time. I'm going to put it between the legs. By the way, I found the same thing over on Gotland, between the legs and up in the loop. But then when he got to line 3, he said, no, I want to put it in the upper loop. But instead of going bang, he went bang. And that dot is there. But here's the interesting thing about the dotted R. The dotted R was unknown to modern Swedish scholars until the year 1935. And it was published, they found 4 examples of it the same year. And it was published in 1938. So the world didn't know about the dotted R until 1938. These are the 2 examples. One was a bone that was found in an archaeological excavation in Lund. And if you look on you see these dotted R's? And then there was a grave slab in Ukna Parish in southern Sweden, and I went and I took, that's my picture, and you see the 2 dots? And then this was published in 1935. When I did my photo library, this is one I put in the odd runes. You see that dot there? You can see it, right? This is the top runologist in Sweden right now to this day. In 2010, he said to me, if that dot is man-made, then the Kensington Runestone is a medieval artifact. So we did 3D imaging on it, and you can see clearly. You can even see the diamond shape of the chisel, right? And we did some surface profiling, and it's clearly a man-made dot. But this is why it proves the runestone's real. If nobody in modern times knew about the dotted R until 1938 when it was published, how did it get on the Kensington Runestone in 1898? It proves all by itself. That little tiny dot proves the Kensington Runestone is medieval all by itself. Tell me that's not crazy. There's the dot again. Okay, let's talk about those codes. Now you can see that L, that's in the word sklar, Sinclair, I think it is. The reason that's a problem is because that little bar, if you take that angled thing at the top off of that, that would be an E. But the problem is it's a short bar. It's not like the E's in the inscription. It's something else. And the scholars had a problem with it because they wanted to make it into a bin rune, a bind rune where you have two letters built on the same stab. That would be an EL or an LE. But the problem is, in context with that word, there is no word that works for either one of those spellings. That's why they have a question mark. But that's not what it is. The word is SKLAR. That stroke is a code. It's part of a code. And when you look at the last rune right here, you see that little stroke right there? That doesn't belong there either. But it's singling out those runes, saying, pay attention to me. And then remember the very first thing in the inscription? Do you see that dot right there on the second horizontal bar of the 8? Here's the cool thing. When you pull those out and you plot them on the medieval Easter table dating chart, this is one from 1314 right here. Okay? See the runes? Now we've just converted these runes to numbers. And in medieval times, the Futhark, the alphabet, the runic alphabet, had 19 characters in it. And to use the Easter table dating method, you start with the first 7 runes are called the Sunday letters, and then the golden year is the rest, the remaining 12. So you need a Sunday letter, a golden year, and a column number to make a date, right? And when I was on Gotland, I saw all kinds of this stuff on bells, on grave slabs, sometimes over doorways. That's how they put the date up there back in the 14th century. Well, if you pull out the U, which is the second rune in the Futhark, it's called Fu, Thorn, O-R-K, and so on, and you pull out the L in Sklar, which is perfect for a golden year. It's the 12th rune in the alphabet, and the number 8, and you plot them on the Easter table, you get a date. Guess which date you get? 1362. Well, what the hell? Why did they do that? The reason they did that is they're protecting the pentatic number date at the end of the inscription that everybody already knows about. Because in 1362, if you added another bar to the 3, you've added 100 years, right? Can't do it, because we protected the date with a code using the medieval Easter table dating practice. Frickin' brilliant, right? Why would they do that? Hold that thought. Here it is, the tradition of double dating on a medieval grave slab. In blue, it's spelled out, column this, Sunday letter that, golden year that, and then they did it just say column 2, rune 2, and they double date it's the same date, in this case 1449. The reason you have the double date is because the runestone is a land claim. It says it right there. Acquisition journey / taking up land. In line 2, it's right there. Well, who would do that? Why would they do that? And if this is a land claim, again, using logic, if somebody placed this in the ground as a land claim, theoretically, wouldn't they have to be able to come back and find it to prove the land claim? Well, guess what? They did. On the farm, there are, I think, 18 stone holes. A lot of people want to call them mooring stone holes because in Scandinavia, along the fjords and things, they would carve these holes with a hammer and a chisel, put a ring in it, and tie their boats up. But these are in the middle of the continent. They're not used to anchor boats. And it suddenly occurred to us one day what they were being used for. And by the way, you can find these things going all the way through the Great Lakes region, up the St. Lawrence River to the Atlantic Ocean. They're breadcrumb trails, but they also use them as locators. Watch this. So this is the Oman farm, okay? It's a 100-acre parcel of property. The house is up here in the woods. It's still there. Now there's an interpretive center right here that was built. This picture was taken, I think, in the 70s. And here's where the runestone was found. And so if we look at that from a satellite view, now I showed you an old picture of a guy standing next to a rock in a couple of slides ago. That's Helmer Holland. He's pointing to a stone hole in a large boulder that's on the Flotten farm adjacent to the Oman farm. And that rock pile is right there. So the first thing we got to do, that stone was pulled up to the top of the hill where there's a monument that talks about mooring stone holes. They moved it, but because we have these historical photos, we can put it back. So the first thing we have to do is that. Now watch this. That's exactly where the Kensington Runestone was found. Is that brilliant? Here's something else that's cool. Up here, we got 3 stones that form an equilateral triangle. Those have not been moved. The 4 in the along the ditch here, along the edge of the field, were cleared by the omens. The rest of these are all still intact. And by the way, the equilateral triangle is a very important symbol in Freemasonry and in Templarism because it's a symbol of deity of God. And I think it's just marking it so that a returning party would know it's us. Yeah. So, the rock says so. So this is what else it means. It means somebody carved it. They came from someplace in Europe, and they came here for some reason. We already talked about the Cistercians. Hayley went in and talked about Bernard. He joined the order. He lived till 1153. They took vows of strict poverty, prayer, and work. In fact, the Ramsay motto is prayer and work, and that's the same as the Cistercians. So your family was involved. We just outed you. They became extremely wealthy through land acquisition, agriculture, and sheep farming. This is part of the reason why the Templars became so wealthy, because they were Cistercians too. They were just served the military function within the order, but they are Cistercians, no question about it. And in Bernard's lifetime, they started with 1 abbey at Citeaux. By the time he died, 1153, there were 300 Cistercian abbeys. By the time the order was put down in 1307, there was 750 abbeys all across the British Isles, Europe, Scandinavia, all the way into the Holy Land. This is the most successful medieval monastic order in history, and nobody knows who they are. But it's important for you guys to understand that I followed the evidence, and it took me right to the Knights Templar, and that was it. There they are. Bernard wrote the charter, as Hayley said, on January 13, 1129. You know what's cool about Bernard? He's been made a saint by the church. And you know what his miracle is? He was reportedly preaching one day to the brothers in the monastery. And there was a church of there was a statue of the Virgin Mary behind him. And at one point he stopped preaching and he turned around and the Mary exposed her breast and squirted milk from her breast into his mouth. A little erotic, right? Look it up. It's true. It's important because he had a fascination with the Virgin Mary. He was part of the bloodline that goes all the way back to Jesus and Mary Magdalene and the people that Tim is going to talk about. Make no mistake, the whole story of the Da Vinci Code and the bloodline, it's absolutely true. And many of them are still alive today. They're descendants, including people like me and Hayley and Tim. And probably a lot of you in the crowd. And you know what? As much as we'd like to think, we're not special. There's a lot of us out there. You had a question? Hell yes. Tim's going to talk about all that. So I'm kind of setting the table for him. But what's important is he was trying to restore the feminine aspect of the Godhead. And he did it subversively so that the church didn't know what was really going on. In fact, he had such a reverence for Virgin Mary, i.e. Isis, Mary Magdalene, and older goddesses going back in time, that the church said, you know, we like the Virgin Mary too, but you could tone it down just a little bit. But he didn't. And his whole point was to restore the feminine aspect of the Godhead. And the evidence is seen in the sacred feminine architecture of the churches and the Gothic cathedrals, and Hayley talked about that yesterday. Tim might touch on that too. Now, what's really cool about this is I'm suggesting, and I'm not suggesting, I'm saying flat out, and so will Tim and so will Hayley, that the leadership of the Cistercians and the Knights Templar absolutely were not Catholic. They were Gnostics, and they are embracing a tradition that goes back thousands of years. You're going to hear about that. Hayley and I recently went on the first tour of Spain and Portugal that she put together. It's all her. I was just along for the ride. And we were at Almirall Castle in the southern Portugal along this beautiful river. It's an amazing castle. But inside they had interpretive displays that talked about some of the old words that the Templars used and their meanings. Now check this out. Here we have the words chorar, suspirar, and jimar, or jimer. And you know what it means? To pretend faithfulness to the church, remaining a secretary of the initiatory order. They didn't just have one word for this, they had three. So don't take my word for it, take their words for it. Because it was a thing, and it's true. So now the truth is coming out. Now you know why the church doesn't like this, right? Too bad. Now, it's a land claim, right? Let's talk about some of the esoteric, cool shit on the runestone. The first four letters, the first four runes that are singled out with modifications to the runes, when they're read in sequence, spell G-R-A-L, Graal, which in medieval Old Swedish is Grail. That Grail. You know who wrote the Grail legends? The Cistercians, the troubadours. It's on the runestone. Fact, look at it. There it is. Remember I talked about the split side and they cut it down to a specific side? Funny, it happens to be an oblong square. Any brothers in the room? You guys ever heard that term before? There it is. Why is that important? It's a 2-to-1 ratio. Because this serves as the basis for sacred geometry. Hayley talked about the Vesica Piscis being one interpretation is symbolic of the allegorical birth canal of the great goddess, right? But also within that Vesica Piscis, when you push two circles together equally to get a third, It also serves as the double triangle, which is the basis for sacred geometry. There you have the tetractys, and it goes on and on from there. You can make the flower of life, and it just goes forever. Now, Hayley mentioned Cressing Temple Barns, and I want to tell you about a sacred measurement that the Templars employed, and I'm going to make a prediction right now. You know all these megalithic structures that are found around the world, these amazing temples and the pyramids at Giza? The unit of measurement is going to be figured out in the future, and it's going to be something called the megalithic yard. What is the megalithic yard? I'm going to tell you. But this whole thing came up again for me when Hayley and I a month ago were down in England, and we were stopping at all these different Templar sites, and we stopped at Cressing Temple Barns. Look at the size of that thing. That's Hayley right there. This thing is huge, and there's 2 or 3 of them, and they were processing wheat and other crops for food, right? And that's how they were making money hand over fist. Anyway, we were looking at the interpretive displays, and Hayley looks at me and she goes, you know, that number right there is really interesting, but it seems odd. 21 feet 9 inches is the width of these barns. And she said, could that be related to the megalithic yard? So I just took out my calculator. 9 inches is 3/4 of a foot, right? 21.75 divided by 2.722, which is a megalithic yard, is pretty much exactly 8 megalithic yards. And I got all excited. And Hayley was the one that, she came up with it. I'm giving it all to her. But isn't that interesting? So what is the megalithic yard? Now, I'm going to show you a very interesting building. And what's really cool about this is this has been secretly passed on through the millennia, all the way down to our founding fathers, because this building I'm sharing with you right now is in Washington, D.C., okay? And I'll show you where in a second. Now, Alexander Thom was the one that rediscovered the megalithic yard, and I think somebody lectured about that on Saturday, and it was good stuff. Brought up the megalithic yard, and he deserves credit for this discovery he made in the 1960s. Anyway, it's a standard unit of measurement used for at least 5,000 years, and I'm telling you, it goes back further. And I told you here today, when these megalithic structures are studied and they figure out the actual unit of measurement, it's going to be this. Just saying. It's based upon a 366-degree circle that corresponds with the days of the year, not a 360-degree circle. It's based on the movements of the planet Venus. Thomas Jefferson proposed that our nation's unit of measurement was to be the megalithic yard, but Congress didn't approve of it. So they didn't incorporate it, of course, as we all know, but I will tell you that the layout of Washington, D.C. is all using the megalithic yard. I'm going to show you an example in a sec. And it's used throughout Washington to this day. Now, this building was constructed in 1879, and that's where it is, right next to the Capitol building. So when you go to Washington, you go in here and check it out. It's a hidden gem that nobody understands what it was used for. Now, if you go in that doorway right there, and you walk back to the other side, you see this. And you have to go around a water fountain. And actually, it was built in 1879 so that when the police were patrolling on their horses, the horses could go in here and they would drink out of the fountain. Now people do. And you go to the back and you see 2 sets of 3 chairs that are looking to the southwest out that front entrance, okay? And this is what you see when you're sitting in those chairs. You see those 2 slots? Those are important because this is actually a megalithic yard ritual chamber. That's what it was really built for. And if you look at the outside, you see It's up about 1 megalithic yard off the ground. And what happens is as Venus descends, you take a pendulum and it swings 366 times. And Venus will descend, and that distance, looking through these holes, is 1 megalithic yard. That's how they were able to calculate it. And it's marking the descension of Venus when she's an evening star setting in the western sky. That's what this building was used for. Sacred, fixed slot, and a pendulum, 366 degrees versus 360, 2.722 feet. Now here's a satellite photograph of that area. You can see the lines for the summer solstice, winter solstice, sunrise, sunset. That's where it is. There was actually supposed to be another one in the south, but they didn't have the money and they didn't build it, so there's only one. But here's something that's really cool. As Venus sets on the winter solstice and it hits the horizon, the angle coming out of the summer house is here. And if you extend it, it goes right through the center of the pentagon. Remember, Hayley talked about when we track the movement of Venus and it makes a 5-pointed star? What's in the center of a 5-pointed star? A pentagon, right? It must be a coincidence, right? Remember these long-range alignments? We're going to talk about them. Last thing I'm going to say, if you measure diagonally across the Kensington Runestone, it's exactly 1 megalithic yard. Exactly. Okay, this is a good time for a break. Let's go eat. Anybody got any burning questions real quick? Yeah. Yeah, he would have called it the megalithic yard. So 1 megalithic yard. Coincidence? I think not. So the other thing that was interesting, that one day I was counting up all the runes, and there were a lot of problematic symbols, runes, numbers, and all this thing for the scholars. But this is interesting. Check this out. So there are these numbers. This G rune on the left here, normally it should be angled to the right. And of course, the scholars had a problem with that. And it's interesting that there's 7 of them on the face side. This W rune, the second one that's under the number 10, it's being used for V and W in the inscription, and there's 10 of those. You might recall these numbers appear within the inscription. The numbers, pentatic numbers, there happen to be 14 individual pentatic numbers. And 22, 8 Goths, 22 Northmen. There are 22 hooked X's, which is the strange symbol being used for the A sound that was never seen, and yet here it is, and there's 22 of those. So I call it a confirmation code, and they're all strange symbols and runes. But when we look at the Torah in the Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism or Hebrew mysticism, in the Torah, God saw appears 7 times. God said appears 10 times. God's name occurs 22 more times, and the name of Elohim occurs 32 times, and I'll get to why that number's significant in a second in Genesis. Now, the hooked X is a very important symbol. I talked about it yesterday, that well, symbolically, it represents a number of things, but if we go back for a sec, it represents the true ideology of monotheistic dualism. And if we just look at symbolism for a second, if you take an X and you chop it in half horizontally, the top represents a V, a vessel, a chalice, the womb, if you will, representing the female, right? And below you have the peak, the sword, the phallic, the penis, the symbol for the male. Combined into an X, you have this allegorical union of male, female, heaven and earth, good, bad, light, dark, the concept of dualism, right? And So people associate this with deity that has equal male and feminine aspects. If we go back and look at the ancient religions, this is absolutely what they believed. Now, the other thing that's interesting is we have this hook in the upper right. What does that represent? Anybody care to guess? Some people have suggested it represents a child, an offspring. In this case, a female inside the womb of its mother. Some people have suggested, and I'm going to suggest it represents the Holy Trinity. What's the Holy Trinity? Caleb. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? What's the Holy Spirit? It's feminine, right? Well, a lot of people in Christianity, when they're asked that question, go, well, the Spirit in you. The point is it's not well defined, right? Even in Christianity. Well, if you look at it at its basic level, you got the father, you got the child. Who's missing? Mama, right? Maybe that's the Holy Trinity. Maybe that's what's being represented here with this sacred symbol that's being used for the letter A within the Kensington Runestone. But it was pointed out to me years ago that it also looks like a straight line stonemason's version of the Hebrew Aleph, which is the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet. And it's interesting, in Hebrew mysticism, the Aleph represents the oneness of God. It also is meant to instill interconnectedness and a shared purpose. And this is absolutely what the Templars were all about, as Hayley talked about earlier, this whole mission called the Covenant to establish a free Templar state, a new Jerusalem. Brother Francis Bacon called it the New Atlantis, a place where they could live free from the tyranny of the monarchs of Europe, free from the persecution of the Roman Catholic Church. Because who suffered from that? The Templars. And when you think about all these clues that were given, just on the runestone alone, it's obvious what's going on here. Any case, used on the Kensington Runestone and other Templar documents as an acknowledgement of deity and a plea of protection for this sacred land claim that was going to eventually help them establish a new Jerusalem. So, now let's talk about real stuff. How many have heard of the Talpiot Tomb? Okay. Well, in 1980, there was construction going on in the East Talpiot neighborhood in southern Jerusalem, about 2 miles from the walled city, maybe even 2.5 miles. And when they blasted the hillside, they discovered a first century underground tomb. Now, these first century tombs are not unusual in Jerusalem. They're actually fairly common, but they were used by a particular tradition back around the time of Jesus in the first century called the Essene. And basically, if you look at, that's what happened when they blasted the hillside there on the left, and what you're looking at, that carved area, is what they call the antechamber, which would be open to the southern sky. Right? It's like a cave almost, but it would be open to the southern sky. And then there was a doorway, which you see right here, which is right there, and you would go in, and that's the burial chamber. Now, the burial practice of these people, what they practiced back then, is that when a family member died, only the family could process the body of the deceased. They would bring them first into the antechamber. They would perform rituals, anoint the body with perfumes and oils, then wrap it in a shroud. Then bring it into the burial chamber and put it on one of these benches right here. Oops, I'm sorry. Like this. God dang it. Right there. And if we go back, you see there's one right there, and there's one right there. And this is where they would leave the body for 1 to 2 years. Then they would come back and collect the shroud, and it would be bones, basically, and connective tissue. And then they would put them inside of a stone box that was only big enough that the femurs would fit in crossed. And then they put the skull in last, and that's the origin of the skull and crossbones. It's an Essenic tradition. It goes back to Jesus' people. That's why the Templars and the pirates would fly that Jolly Roger flag because they were part of that bloodline connection. They were aware of this, right? Now, this is Simca Jacobovici, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, who I have worked with in the past on doing some testing of the stone boxes, the ossuaries. And what's interesting is when the Israeli authorities went into the burial chamber, they pulled out 10 ossuaries. Seven of them were inscribed with names, 6 in Aramaic, 1 in Greek. The 6 names Hayley mentioned briefly were Jesus, son of Joseph. Another one said James, son of Joseph, brother of Jesus. Another one said Maria. Another one said Joseph. Another one said Matthew. Another one said Judah, son of Jesus. And the 7th one that was carved in Greek said Mary Emne Lamara. Mary Emne is a name for only Mary Magdalene found in the Acts of Philip. And the Mara is a title of honor, as in Lord, Master, or Queen. This is the 6th ossuary in the history of the discovery of ossuaries in Jerusalem that has the title the Mara on it. 3 are male. This is the 3rd one that's female, which tells you something about the matriarchal lineage of these people, but that's another story. Anyway, so there's some of the ossuaries, and again, these things are not rare. These tunnels that you see right here is where these ossuaries would be placed, and that's where they were found inside the tomb. Now, here are the names, and that's the Mariamne ossuary, and that's Mariamne the Mara spelled in Greek right there. And here are the names. Interesting that on the side of Jesus's ossuary, it looks like scribbling, but actually this is very readable Aramaic right here that says Jesus, son of Joseph, read right to left. But it's also interesting that to the left of his name is this, there's Jesus, son of Joseph, and there's this X symbol right there, which may be, well, actually what we think this is that anybody who had an X on their ossuary was initiated and was probably a priest at that time. Now here's the diagram again, and what is very interesting is that when the archaeologists went into this tomb, they discovered that somebody had entered the tomb previously in the historical past. In fact, about 900 years ago, which corresponds with, let me think, the First Crusade. And who was there in Jerusalem during the First Crusade? The Knights Templar, right? And what they discovered is inside the tomb, somebody had not properly sealed it, and this allowed terra rosa soil from the rose gardens above, hence the phrase, under the rose. There's a secret under the rose. And the terra rosa soil flowed in and filled up the tomb about 2 feet thick. It coated all the ossuaries and all the walls and the coquins, or the tunnels, in that burial chamber. Later on, this would be very important because one of those ossuaries did not show up at the Israeli Antiquities authorities. There were only 9 that made it there. The James ossuary disappeared. But later on, it showed up on the antiquities market. A guy bought it. He was later arrested. There was a trial. And they claimed that it was a hoax. But when it was tested, it was found that it wasn't a hoax. And you know how they confirmed it was the 10th ossuary? The terra rosa soil had coated all the ossuaries and left a diagnostic geochemical fingerprint. They tested the ossuaries, they tested the walls of the tomb, and they tested the James ossuary, and it was a match, which basically created the odds of about 2 million to 1 that all of these names corresponded with the first century royal family and contained the physical remains of Jesus. Now, you know who did not like this, right? Because that's a huge problem. And it may be a problem for some of the people in this room, and I'm sorry about that, but this is science. This is not religion and faith. Faith is a different matter. We're not here to try to offend anybody. We're just telling you like it is. But there's something even more cool coming up. You see these, when they cleared away all of that terra rosa soil from the floor of the burial chamber, they discovered that there were 3 skulls placed on the floor of the burial chamber. And what's interesting is they were placed in the east, south, and west quadrants of the burial chamber, which is also interesting because for the brother Masons in this room, you guys know that the 3 highest officers in a Masonic lodge sit in the south, the west, and the east. The same thing in a Templar commandery. And what we think these skulls are were the skulls of 3 Templar knights who probably died during the siege of Jerusalem, who would have been honored to have their skulls placed as symbolic guardians inside their ancestral tomb of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Now, flash forward a few years, like about 25 years. This was about 8-9 years ago. Charlie Pellegrino was one of the scientists that went in with Simca Jacobovici into the tomb to collect samples and do work, and he was studying the Jesus ossuary. And where that red arrow was pointing, there was a symbol carved on the top. Now, if you're looking at a grave slab, a rectangular grave slab like this, typically the name will be right up here in the top part, right? There's a symbol carved on the Jesus ossuary in that location. And Charlie sent me an email copying Simca, James Tabor, a couple of other people, I'm drawing a blank, Jerry Lutkin, who was the scientist. They're all working on the Talpiot Tomb. And they said, Scott, we want your input. You know a lot about symbolism. What do you see here? We see what we think is a star symbol. And then I opened up the pictures. And I said, guys, that's not a star symbol. They said, well, what is it? I said, that's a monogram of 2 symbols. My hooked X and the Hebrew Tau cross. Now remember, what did I already tell you? The hooked X is also a straight line stonemason's version of the Hebrew Aleph, which is the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet. The Tau is the last letter in the Hebrew alphabet. What does that mean? Alpha, Omega, beginning and end. I am the beginning and the end. And who said that? Jesus. Are you kidding me? The hooked X? If you had asked me before this, if I could put a hooked X anywhere in the world, in time, space, document, whatever, I would never have even dreamed this. Can't make it up, can you? Is there a connection? Of course there is. It's all part of the bloodline, and it's 100% true. And there's some of the most powerful evidence you could possibly have. One other thing about that M on the Kensington Runestone, AVM, in mystical circles, well, first of all, you know in Latin that the U and the V are interchangeable, right? Have you ever heard of the esoteric concept, Aum? Anybody ever heard of that? You have, haven't you? Starts here, goes here, here. I think that's a veiled reference to that esoteric concept on the runestone. It's not AVM for Ave Virgo Maria. But what's interesting is there's a dot that's punched in the lower right leg. And if you know about the symbol for Virgo, i.e. the goddess, the constellation of the goddess, it's got that fish symbol in the lower right leg, right? I think this is just an abbreviation of that. It's an acknowledgement of the goddess by the Templars who carved this stone. So now, in 2015, November 2015, I became a Freemason. And my Masonic mentor, John Freeberg, said, Scott, I signed you up for the York Rite and the Scottish Rite. So when you become a Mason, you go through what we call the Blue Lodge, and you go through the first 3 degrees, the Entered Apprentice, Fellowcraft, Master Mason. And once you do that, you're on the squad, you're a full-fledged Mason, you don't need to do anything else. However, if you would like to seek additional light, you can go on one of these 2 paths. One is the Scottish Rite, which builds off of the Blue Lodge. So the first degree is the 4th degree, and all the way up 29 degrees to 32. The 33rd is honorary. If you even talk about it, you won't get it, so we're not going to talk about it. The other route you can go is the York Rite, which is composed of 3 different groups of degrees. The Royal Arch, which again starts with the 4th degree. 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you hit the Cryptic Council, which is 3 more degrees, and then the Chivalric degrees, which is Knights Kadosh, Knights of Malta, and then Knights Templar, and you're knighted as a Templar. And I've done both. In the spring of 2016, I'm going through the Royal Arch, and I did them at the same time. And so you start with the Blue Lodge, and then you do the Royal Arch, then you do the Cryptic, and then you do Knights Templar degrees. And that ladder shows you the different degrees. But as I was going through the Cryptic Council, specifically the Select Master degree in the Cryptic degrees, right there, something amazing happened. So I'm going through this thing, and basically our Masonic degrees are made up of part theatrical performance, part lecture. And a lot of the degrees we do are based on different periods of time during biblical history, usually associated with the Temple of Solomon. And the same is true with the Select Master degree. This one takes place at the time of the completion of the temple. And what was decided by the 3 Grand Masters, King Solomon, Hiram, King of Tyre. Tyre is in Lebanon, and that's where all the workers and the supplies came to build the temple. And then Hiram Abiff, who was the master architect that oversaw construction of the temple. The 3 Grand Masters get together, and they decide they're going to build a secret vault directly below the Sanctum Sanctorum, where the Holy of Holies is, all the sacred treasures of the Hebrew priesthood, right, which included the Ark of the Covenant. And they're going to put a copy of all these 2 treasures down in the secret vault that is at the 9th level below the Sanctum Sanctorum. And so in the degree, stuff happens. And then afterwards, there is a lecture. And I'll never forget, we know that the 3 Grand Masters built the secret vault. And at one point in the lecture, the White Hat, one of the 33rd, said, and the other 8 arches were built by 22 men from Gebel, Lebanon. And I went, 8 and 22, those are the first 2 numbers on the Kensington Runestone. And I didn't hear another thing after that. And after the degree was over, I went to my Masonic mentor, John Freeberg. I said, is there a ritual book for this? He said, yes. I said, give me that. And then I read it. And holy crap. So I'm not going to tell you about the degree, but there's 2 guys it starts with, and then one of the guys gets killed. He kind of let down his job as a guard. And then there's another important person. His name starts with Z. Zerubbabel. I can't say that name. I always struggle with that. Yeah, what you said. So then you have the ark that's in the Sanctum Sanctorum. And what do most people know from the Bible that's one of the things that's in the ark? The 10 Commandments, right? Well, now we got a second ark down below that contains another 10 Commandments, right? So these are the numbers that occur in sequence on the runestone that are in this degree. It's not a coincidence. And it tells you that whoever carved the runestone was an initiated monk, a Templar that understood the whole Enochian mysteries. And let me tell you something. And for the Freemasons in the room, I want you guys to think about this, okay? What you just said is really important for this reason. When we do our degrees, and you can just imagine, even if you're not a Freemason, there's all kinds of symbolism, allegory, code, and real history that's embedded within these degrees, right? Yes. Absolutely. And as a brother that's going through it, we barely scratch the surface of the meaning that's within these degrees, let alone the history, right? But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because that history and all that symbolism and code and allegory is preserved. And when you are a candidate, your mind is opened up to all this stuff, and it's mind-blowing, and it's enlightening, and it's amazing. And as guys that are putting on the degrees like you and I are, and other brothers in the room, certainly Tim, we don't understand it all. But it doesn't matter, because it's preserved from generation to generation to generation. We are part of an ancient tradition that goes back thousands of years. Here we're talking about 600 years, and that's nothing. And to me, it's a brilliant system, and I feel honored to be part of it. And if you think about it, it's really incredible when you think about it from that perspective. So here it is on the runestone. And I think I'm the first guy in the history of the stone to catch this. And the only reason is I know the inscription by heart. And 8 and 22 resonated, right? Let's keep going. And then 14 days, we'll talk about that. This goes back to the Isis-Osiris mysteries. And depending on which mystery you read, Osiris goes to visit turns out his jealous brother Set, who kills him, cuts his body up into 14 pieces. He places them along the banks of the Nile for the crocodiles to eat. Isis becomes distraught. She goes looking for her lover. She finds 13 pieces of his body, which is the feminine, right? That's Isis. And the 14th piece is his phallic, which she can't find, so she crafts one either out of beeswax or gold. She impregnates herself. Horus is born. He grows up to be Osiris, and the whole mystery starts all over again. And all it is an allegorical story about the annual cycle of life on the planet. Birth in the spring, death in the fall, resurrection, new life on the winter solstice, which is the sun, right? The sun is reborn after standing still for 3 days on the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd. And who is always there? Venus. When the sun is out, you can't see her, but she's still there. She rises before the sun as a morning star, then he rises. They travel across the sky. When she transitions and becomes an evening star, he sets, she follows. They're the mystical travelers. They're always together. The feminine and the master, if you will. And where have we heard that story before? Jesus, right? After 3 days, he's resurrected. And who's there? Mary Magdalene, right? You see what we're got going here? It's cool stuff. Anyway, how many stations of the cross are there in Roman Christianity? 14. Coincidence? No. It goes back to the Egyptian mysteries, and Tim will talk more about this. Okay. The other thing that's interesting about in the degree, it says their hours of labor were from 9 at night till 12, when all prying eyes are closed in sleep. I don't think it's a coincidence. There's 9 lines of text on the face side of the runestone, 3 more on the side for a total of what? 12. And so this prompted me to do a little soul searching and self-reflection and research about what is going on here. What does all of this mean? And I think all of us at one point or another get to a point in life where we want to try to answer those big questions in life, right? What happens after I die? Is there a God? And so on, right? And there's all kinds of ways that you can do it. Some people do it through organized religion. Some people do it through mystical circles. However you want to do it, it's your journey. It's up to you, and it doesn't matter how you do it. But I think it's important that everybody at some point in their lives does that. I looked at the Hebrew Kabbalah and the tree of life. This is interesting. It's comprised of 10 spheres that create 22 paths that interconnect, that rest on 3 pillars, that create a total of 32 emanations. And then there's a hidden 11th sphere that creates a 33rd emanation. This is the Scottish Rite system. It's based on this. The Kensington Runestone starts with 8 and 22. How much is that when you add them together? 30, right? Plus 2 shelters. 32. 1 day's journey north from the stone. Could be a coincidence. I don't think so. So then I thought, what is this all about? What does this all mean? Well, at the end of the day, when you go on that spiritual journey, what happens? Eventually, it all comes back to you and 2 little words. Know thyself. I don't care how you do it, that's where it ends up. So let's look at us, right? Do you know how many, actually that should be 33. You know how many bones are in your spinal column? 33. And then at the top, you have the skull, right? Your skull. And what's up there? Your brain, right? Do you know how many bones you have in your skull? Anybody? There's 8 in your cranium that encircle your brain, right? The highest level. And 14 in your face for a total of what? 22. I think we know the answer to these magic numbers now, don't we? It's in us. It's us. Okay. That's enough on the runestone. Let's get to the tower and the good stuff. So in Rhode Island, there is this mysterious tower. It's a round 2-story stone and mortar structure that sits on 8 round heavy columns with rounded Romanesque arches. Right now, if you Google it, it will tell you that it was used as a windmill in colonial times. That is an effing insult to this structure and to the people who built it. Okay? It is a replication of the sacred round architecture that you see, the octagonal, what number is that? 8. That we find in Jerusalem, right? And we see it all over the Temple Mount, the rounded arches. I mean, if you look at this, you can see this is a little Newport Tower here. There's one right there. That's where the Templars got it, because they spent time in Jerusalem. And if you go to the Knights Templar Castle in Tomar that Hayley and I did with our tour about a month ago, or not quite a month ago, when you walk into the altar of the church, you walk in and you see this 2-story tower, octagonal tower with 8 heavy columns with rounded Romanesque arches that's illuminated beautifully. I mean, you literally want to drop to your knees. This was built by the Knights Templar. And what's cool about it is that the rotunda around it is huge. And I asked a Knights Templar, a Portuguese Knights Templar, who was our guide when we were filming there several years ago. I said, why is this area so big? He said, because when the Templars would come into the altar to pray before they went into battle, they brought their horses with them. I thought that was pretty cool. So now let's go back to the Cremona document. Remember I talked about that? I'm not going to go into the background on it. I'm going to hope that you guys remember. I talked about how Don has been receiving different documents as his colleagues in the agency have passed away. Their estates have bequeathed this material to Don upon the orders of his best friend, Bill Jackson, who died in 2000. Remember that? Now, in 2019, John Drake died, and he left these 2 pages. And these are the notes written in French that correspond with the numbers on the maps. Now, one of those maps, you guys, we talked about is being used on Oak Island, right? But there are a total of 4 maps that we've known about for a long time. And right there, we have a very interesting comment that happens to be the 22nd comment. And it talks about the Newport Tower. And it corresponds to this map right here. Now, if you look at it, vingt un, vingt deux, vingt trois, 21, 22, 23. And these dots, un, deux, trois, those are the 3 dots. This is Aquidneck Island in Narragansett Bay in Rhode Island. The Newport Tower is right there. And it says this, translated into English. The observatory is built here. The hut of the day observers is on the right, the night observers on the left. The field of measurement surrounded by a stone wall separated them from numerous slabs and wooden poles. Henry remains here to oversee construction. Henry Sinclair. This document is associated with the date 1368. I don't have to remind you that's only 6 years after the Kensington Runestone, right? This number here, shoals here, 3 fathoms is right there. You know what's on the shore right there in Rhode Island right now today? This stone. Can you read that? In hoc signo vinces. That's Latin for in this sign thou shalt conquer. For those of you that don't know, that is the motto of the Knights Templar going back to medieval times to this day. Am I wrong, brother?
You are not incorrect.
Yeah. It's carved on the beach and it's buried in the sand. We had to dig it out because they built a seawall back there and it's carved into the bedrock. But it's buried now and nobody knows where it is, which is good because somebody will probably deface it. So this is probably the landing point, and you go right up the hill, and you know what's right up there? The Newport Tower, which they call a windmill. It's not even round. It's slightly oval, and it has numerous astronomical alignments, solar, lunar, constellations, and of course, Venus, right? That's why it's an insult to call it a windmill. They built windmills out of wood back then, right? You don't spend whatever years it takes to lay out these alignments to build a windmill. It's ridiculous. Anyway, when Dan Spartan died, you probably remember that box I showed you? There was all kinds of good stuff in there, including Map 8, which was originally on animal skin, but was copied onto paper in the early 2000s by Dan Spartan and his son because the animal skin was rotting. And right here we have another map of Narragansett Bay. It's the same one as that other map. That other one was probably copied from this one. And if you look at Aquidneck Island down here, it says right here, place of the observatory. We've got 2 references of it on a map. Remember the Sinclair-Williams journals? We talked about this. That's a separate bunch of documents. Hayley talked about them. And then Virgo right here, that's that M on the runestone. It's acknowledging the dot. It's the symbol for Virgo, the goddess, right, in the heavens. In John Weems Jr.'s entries, in 1769, he went up to help recover the treasures, and he heard all these legends. He was given the journals by his father to read, and when he was coming back, he was having doubts. There were 2 older brothers that were with him, and they decided, oh, you're having doubts? We're going to take you on a little trip, brother. And you know where they took him? To Newport, Rhode Island. And they showed him the Newport Tower. And this is a part of the entry that he made. Brother Peleg has shown us what is called the Newport Tower. It has been here longer than the village has been founded. Some say it is a grain mill, while others say it was built by the Templars to mark the seasons. An observatory. and to claim the surrounding area for settlement. It is most unusual place I have ever seen, and I am fascinated by the methods in which it was constructed. John Weems Jr. was an engineer, and later on in this entry, he made a sketch that he was going to show his wife when he got back home. But this is 1769. This is over 200 years ago, and it was called a Templar structure back then. Oh yeah, this is the same thing, but a longer entry. So, I'm going to share something with you that's very personal. A discovery that we made in 2007 that in my mind absolutely validated the Newport Tower being exactly what I'm telling you it is. There's a local guy there that he's a photographer, and he was there, just happened to be there on the winter solstice, and he was taking pictures. And he happened to catch a light box that was hitting this weird egg-shaped keystone on the inside of the tower. And when he was giving a presentation, there was only about 10 people there. He flashed up a picture and he goes, yeah, look at this light box here. This is cool. And then I went, wait a minute. Go back. And I knew instantly what it was. So my birthday is December 21st. I'm a solstice baby. Some people have said to me, it's the shortest, darkest day of the year. You're supposed to laugh. Anyway, and it occurred to me what this was, so I said, I got to go there. And this was in October. 2 months later, I go there with a close personal friend of mine, David Brody. And I'm going to tell you a personal story in a second. And we documented what happened. And I took these pictures. Now, you see the egg? Watch this. And it glows like a laser beam. You should see it in person. It's incredible. This happens at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, which just so happens to be a very important time of the day of medieval monastic prayer by the Templars. 3, 6, 9, 12, 3, 6, 9. And so I'm standing here and I just about lost my you-know-what. I couldn't believe it. But this was a moment of validation at that time of all the research we had done, that this was the clue. This told us you're on the right track. Okay? So now I'm going to tell you a story. So we went out there, David and I, and I'd been doing research with him for a number of years leading up to this. And we budgeted 3 days in Newport. We stayed at the Viking Hotel a block and a half away. And this is David up on a ladder. We had permission from the city. They gave us the key to get inside the gate, and we were doing research. And for the first 2 days, it was cloudy. And we never saw the sun. So we knew we had 3 days to catch it. Anyway, on my birthday, December 21st, I wake up at about 7:30 and I pull the shades back and the sun is out, the sky is clear, and I'm like, oh God, David, it's going to happen. So we get up and we get dressed, and this is the third day. We had been up till like 3 in the morning and we were looking at Venus alignments, all this stuff. And so we get up, we walk the block and a half, and when I'm standing there looking at the tower, the sun is still out, there's no clouds, it's going to happen, right? So I take a step towards the tower, and David looks at me and goes, see you later, and he starts jogging. And he just takes off. He's got this thing for a long time until his knee went out a few years ago. He would jog 3 miles every day. He did it religiously every day. And so he takes off. I'm like, where are you going? Bye. It's like his brain shut off. I'm like, David, he just left. So I'm like, okay. It was weird. So I had the key. I go in. I get inside. I'm sitting on the west side. Let's see. No, that's west. I was on the east side. And I framed up my camera on a tripod. And I could see it was just coming out of the south window or the west window. And I go, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. So I took my first picture. And I was getting ready to take those pictures you just saw. I took the first picture. And I relaxed. And then I heard this voice behind me go, what are you doing in there? And I turned around, and there was this woman standing there. And I'm sorry, but she was gorgeous. Blonde hair, just beautiful. And about mid-30s, and I'm looking at her, and she had a dog with her, this scrawny little dog, and he was sitting there, and you could see his breath coming out. And I looked at her, and I'm like, well, it's kind of a long story. And she goes, I've got time. I went, okay. Well, you see that egg and you see that light box? I think this is going to do this. And I explained it to her, and she goes, well, I got to stick around for this. I said, okay. And so I'm visiting with her, and I'd say, excuse me, and I'm taking pictures. I'm getting that progression, right? And then it happened. And she got it, that this was a huge moment for me. And I'm like, woohoo, oh, this is awesome. And, I'm just thrilled, right? It was validation. And then she goes, I work in public relations. Would you like me to take your picture with that in the background? And I said, yes, please. And I had another, backup sure shot. I gave it to her, and she snapped this picture. Good picture, right? I mean, I'm a little worn after 3 days in a row of 3 a.m, but, that was a moment, right? And so she gives me the camera back, and I'm like, oh, thanks, and I said, just a sec. And I went back to take pictures. I wanted to get progression off of it. I turned around. I took another picture. I turned back. Gone. No, gone. And I'm like, my first thought was, well, that was rude. I thought we were getting along. And then I sat there for a minute, and I'm looking for the dog, because the dog was running around. A lot of people walk their dogs in this park. And I'm like, where's the goddamn dog? And I was looking at the trees, like waiting for them to walk out behind the tree, and they never did. And there's only a few trees in this park. And then the cold chill went down my back, like, what the hell just happened? And I'm not kidding you. This stuff is not, I don't do this stuff, okay? But this happened. So I'm sitting there, and about a minute later, David comes showing up. He shows up, and he goes, hey, how's it going? And then I look at the egg, and the light box had moved off. He missed it. And I'm standing there going, well, yeah, oh, that's great. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what to say. And so then, it was like 9:15, 9:20. He says, well, your plane leaves at 1 o'clock. I flew out of Providence because it was my birthday. I had to get back told me to get back for my birthday. So the whole way to the airport, I didn't say a word. I'm processing. And I get on the plane. I fly home. And then about 6 o'clock my time, the phone rings. It's David. He goes, what the hell is my problem? I can't believe I did that. I'm like, David. And I never told him for years after that because I didn't know what to say. But that happened. In the first edition of my Hooked X book, the author's picture is that picture. But if you find a copy of that, you're going to notice something. There's no photographer credit. I don't know who to credit. And I'm not making this up. I'll tell you this much, though, before I'll get your question. Have you guys ever heard of the Vril Society? Do you know who, what's her name? Hayley, in the Vril Society. Maria Orsich. Have you heard of her? Somebody showed me that picture several years later. That's her. That's what she looked like. And I'm not joking. So then, after that, I walked around to the other side of the tower, opposite the egg-shaped keystone. Now, if you look at the keystone, do you see how it's not centered in the archway? You see that? No self-respecting medieval stonemason would do that, would they? It's offset 2.5 degrees on a 360 circle. So why did they do that? There's a reason, right? There was a reason. So I go around to the outside, and I look, and I see above here, there's another keystone right there that has notches at the top, which is symbolic of the Mark Master Mason's keystone. The honor of placing the final keystone in a medieval structure was given to the Master Mason. And he would cut those notches in the top, and he would put his Mason's mark on the stone and put it in there. But what's interesting is that keystone, The only keystones in that entire tower are back to back in that archway, not centered in the archway. And I'll never forget it. I was standing there and I'm looking at that keystone on the outside like this, and I go, "What's up with you?" I said, "What are you pointing to?" And then I turned and I looked to the west, and it hit me like that. You see it there with the round red granite orb? You know what color Venus is when it first rises? If you draw a line from the center of that tower through those two keystones, back to back, not centered in the archway, the only keystones in that tower, and you extend that line into space, do you know where it goes? It goes to Kensington, Minnesota. You can't make that one up. Now, that's incredible, right? And I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, it could be off just a little bit and it'll miss it by miles. You're right. But let me tell you something. I published this in my Hooked X book in 2009. What's the date today? 2024, right? It's been 15 years. Don't you think if there were some skeptics that thought they could prove me wrong, that they wouldn't have tried to pack it up my fanny by now? You know what I've heard? Crickets. So what does this tell you? They're connected. Whoever did that, and vice versa, right? And there's only one group that had that type of technology and knowledge to be able to make that connection, because they do it all the time. And they do it using the stars in the heavens. So, here we have the Kensington Runestone sitting as a symbolic keystone, if you will, in the center of the continent, right? The geographic center of the continent. Now, there are some legends that have been shared with me, and I think with Tim as well. I've been in sweats with the Ojibwa up in Canada, and they told me about the secret vault that's in Montana that has, amongst other relics that were brought over here by the Templars, it wasn't just gold and silver and jewels and the relic. It was a lot of other stuff, including multiple arcs. And one of them supposedly is at the secret vault in Montana. And I think I know how we might be able to find it. Pardon? Well, I'll show you. Well, Tim and I came to the same conclusion independently. The natives told both of us. His tribe was different that told me than the one that told me. So anyway, here are the practical parts of the runestone. Acquisition, taking up land, right? You know what it says right there? I think they're directions to the secret vault. 1 daga days, degrees. The word in Old Swedish is dagas. It's been translated to days, but it also means degrees. 1 day of travel is 1 degree of latitude. So you have 1 degree north. It's a directional indicator that's also on the inscription. And then 14 days journey from this island peninsula hill. So if you go 1 degree north and 14 west, and if you extend, well, there we are on the continental divide, right? The north-south continental divide. And that's why they put it there, because you could lay claim to the entire river system and all the land associated with it at that time. But, before I get to that, you guys all heard the story of Lewis and Clark, right? Lewis was a Mason when he did the Corps of Exploration. And it's interesting that when they first started, he and Clark spent the winter of 1803 with the Mandan Indians. You ever heard of the Mandan? You ever heard of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Indians? Those are the Mandan. And that's where they met Sacagawea. Sometimes they call it Sacagawea. That's not how you pronounce it. She had been kidnapped by the Hidatsa, who traded her to the Mandan. And they met her and her husband Charbonneau that winter in 1803 before they started the expedition. When they started off and went on the expedition, she led them to her native tribe, the Shoshone, who were the horse people. That's how they got the horses, because her brother, Cameahwait, was the chief. And when Lewis greeted him, he greeted him on the 5 points of fellowship. And that's depicted in this Charlie Russell painting right here. And he was flashing the proper colors: red, white, and blue. Red and white are the Templars. Blue Lodge has other meanings, represents water. And then off they went, right? But what you never heard was on the way back in 1806. Lewis separated from Clark with 9 guys for a total of 10, the number of perfection in Freemasonry that's only achieved upon death. And they went up the Little Big Fork River, where they crossed the Continental Divide. And it's those 4 pages when he's crossing the Continental Divide that, funny, are missing from Lewis's journals. He was checking on the secret vault, because that's where it is. And then 6 weeks later, he met up with Clark, and they finished the expedition. Now, later on, a couple of years later, Lewis was to meet with Thomas Jefferson, who had organized this, right, and negotiated the sale of the Louisiana Purchase. But they were going to talk mouth to ear about what happened and about the secret vault. But at Natchez Trace, Lewis committed suicide by shooting himself once in the stomach with a gun that took 5 minutes to reload, and then shot himself in the head. That's the story we were told. That's BS. He was murdered. And I think it was because of this. So he never made it there. And what's also interesting is that happened in 1809, in October. In December, on John the Evangelist's Day, December 27th, there was a special ceremony that was going to take place. You ever heard of Cahokia? And you heard of Monk's Mound? The biggest mound there that has a larger base footprint than the Great Pyramid of Giza, but it's made of soil. And the reason that it's called Monk's Mound is because Trappist monks, Cistercian monks, that had come from Rhode Island were living there. And the person that gave them permission to live at Cahokia was the then governor of Missouri, Meriwether Lewis. And what was going to happen on that day was they were going to have a baptism of Pompey, the baby that was born while Lewis and Clark were with Sacagawea. But unfortunately, Lewis didn't make it because he was killed 2 months later. But the baptism did take place, and Clark was there as well. But that's a little anecdote of history that a lot of people don't know about. And there's a lot of questions about whether Thomas Jefferson was a Mason or not, but we do have one record of him attending a meeting at the Lodge of Nine Sisters in France. His name appears on their records there. So was he a Mason? We're not sure, but he certainly embraced the traditions of our gentle craft. So if we extend that line from Newport to Kensington, and if we go 1 degree north and 14 west, it puts us right out on the Continental Divide, or the Great Western Meridian, as they call it. But it doesn't take you to the doorway of the secret vault. It takes you to the people, the Blackfoot at that time, that would have been able to take him to the vault if he gave them the proper signs, symbols, and tokens. Okay, now we're going to finish up with the book of the Wars of the Lord. I promised you I would do this. Now, I talked about this yesterday, and there's a mention about something called the relic. And we know that the relic now is the skull of John the Baptist. They also had the skull of Jesus, but I'm not going to talk about that. This is a account of the journey and the 300-year project to secure the relic now held by Lionel de Waldron III. What is the relic? It's the skull of John the Baptist. That's not the actual one. That has a fun story, doesn't it, brother? Anyway, in message 5, which is 24 sections, 6,609 characters long, mostly about Oak Island. Power of God, this is the cipher phrase that you need to stay on track, and it helps you decipher the inscription. And then there's a hooked X blessing this precious document. And now I want to get into what I can only interpret as some type of extraterrestrial reference. I am his second son, Lionel de Waldron the sixth, grows strong like his father, which would have been the fifth. He has two sons, seventh, and one girl. I am his second son. He's recording this information. Uriel pledged to the service of the Angel K. What do you guys think the Angel K is? I don't know. I read this. I'm like, who's that? Hold on. In 2022, Don accidentally kicked this ugly wall hanging that was given to him by the wife of the cryptographer of the agency, Dave Ryan. And when he died in 2018, his wife gave Don this stuff, and it was in his home until 2022 when he was walking. He accidentally kicked it, and he heard something rattling inside. So we opened it together, and inside was this long cryptogram that's made up of 13 parts that's dated 1898, the same date the runestone was found. And I thought it was going to tell us something about the runestone, but it didn't. There's the date. You see kind of a crummy hook up there blessing this document. 13 parts, 1898. Here's what it said. Now listen very carefully, because I'm going to ask you guys to help me. I saw the lights again. Could be an ill omen. The right one descended upon my winter lodge, and behold, there stood the likeness of Ammon. Not a man, Ammon. I checked it a dozen times. I assumed it was a man, but the letter is an O, not an A. Ammon? He was of common dress and medium height. He had about the eyes shone a light blue. There were no planes in 1898. So what descended upon his winter lodge? And what is this light blue stuff? And who's Ammon? I'm serious. A monster? How about an extraterrestrial? So, let's go. He spake unto me in the tongue of the people. Can ye understand me? I replied, Yea, but thou speakest not my native tongue, English. He then spake unto me in English, saying, Our Lord has again need of thee. So I know, now there's a bunch of stuff in the beginning, in the middle here, I'm not going to share with you. It's about where he was sent to go recover something. And it lists specific places. And I don't want to reveal that because I don't want people going up there. But we've been up there. And we recovered everything that was left, which included coins and crosses and some other artifacts. We found the treasure following this map, or these directions. Now, this is the end of the message. So I know the lights are of angels, yet they are not of the Lord. Some are of his brother. When I saw the old one and my little thunder with her long black hair and a new garment of white deer hide, adorned with quill work and her eyes wide, a big smile on her face, it was all I ever needed. The old one and Octolone, that's Choctaw for blue eyes, embraced me, and together we walked to the lodge. So has passed the scroll of the wars of the Lord from the world of men. Know by the sigil of my ancestors, all I write is true. Talico, which means gray eagle. C-L-Y. That's his white name. Help me. So they took the book of the wars, Lord. We know that the book of the wars of the Lord was stored at the Temple of the Goddess on Hunter Mountain in upstate New York. Half of those scrolls were recovered in 1178 to 1180 by Sir Ralph de Sudley, but half of the scrolls remained. And in 1656, we have a letter where it lists the documents, including a copy of the Book of the Wars of the Lord. And they took them, and because people were starting to settle in the area, they took all these documents and they went up to Montreal, and we don't know what happened to them after that. But what we do know is on the way up north, they diverted to this place, and they hid the Book of the Wars of the Lord with the coins and the crosses and some other stuff. This guy in 1898, a little over 200 years later, was sent to recover the Book of the Wars of the Lord. Why did somebody take it back and say it is no longer amongst the world of men? My interpretation is it meant that the world wasn't ready for what was in that book. Now, that book is called the Book of the Wars of the Lord. And if you go on Wiki, this is what it says. One of several non-canonical books referenced in the Bible which have now been completely lost. It is mentioned in Numbers 21, 13, and 14. No extant copy known to exist today, anywhere in the world. Except now there is. We have it. This is a handwritten copy that Bill Jackson sold to the Vatican. Remember I told you he sold the document in 1994? They paid him over $250,000. Why would they do that? Because stuff like this was in there. And what is this? The goddess wisdom has commanded us, and we have obeyed. But we set forth not into Edom. Then a cloud descended from heaven, and out from the cloud. These are the people of the Lord, and I am their goddess. You will depart this place or be destroyed, for I do battle this day for the sons of Dan. Now, the way I interpret this is it tells us that the Godhead has a feminine aspect that's equal with the Lord. Dualism. Remember we talked about that? The church doesn't want any part of this, do they? And we weren't ready in 1898 for that, were we? I don't even know if we're ready now. But ready or not, we have to be. The leader of the Edomites set forth his chariots into the shallows of the river, and then did a silver beast descend from the cloud in the likeness of a great bird, and spat bolts of lightning from its wings into the water, and the horses of the chariots died, and the men of the chariots shook as with palsy, fell to the waters and drowned. Then a great flame emitted from the mouth of the beast, and the host of the Edomites were consumed. A silver beast with wings like a bird? What is it? Yeah, that's what I think. It's a spaceship, right? And you've got the goddess. I mean, she's commanding the spaceship. I don't know. So this is another message, and we get this. Look at the end. The cup of our Lord Jesus Christ. That's the other relic you're going to see in a second. And in Dan Spartan's box, along with map 8, there was this cryptogram. We call it the Zodiac cryptogram. And you see these letters right here? Wait, down here? That's an anagram. And we finally figured it out. The anagram is New Amsterdam. That's the cipher phrase. And when you do, you figure it out. Now, I was teaching people how to decode this, but we're not going to worry about that right now. This coded document tells us where the Cremona document has been throughout history. I'm not going to waste your time with it right now. I want to get to this one. One of the things that Don and Bill Jackson and these guys did in the early 1970s is there was a very wealthy woman who had a young daughter. She was about 8 years old or so. And she married a bad guy. Her husband had died. She married a guy. And he turned out to be part of a motorcycle gang, and he beat her to death, he thought. And by beating her to death, he was going to inherit all the money because he was married to her. And then he kidnapped the daughter whose name was Hayley. It's not spelled like that Hayley, spelled like this. And he took her to out in the woods in the Catskill Mountains, and they couldn't find where they were. They knew she had been, and the woman survived. She was badly wounded, but she survived, and she said, this is what happened. And so law enforcement was sent out, and one of the things they did is they thought maybe this guy's father, who had a cabin in the Catskills, they flew a helicopter over, they saw the motorcycles were parked, so they called Spartan Enterprises and said, guys, we want you to go in, because they live right there in New York, and we just want you to assess the situation and then report back. Well, they did that, and they found that Hayley was tied to a tree. She had no clothes on. There wasn't going to be any trauma. There wasn't going to be any rape. They just wanted her to die from exposure. And so they did that, and then they all were asleep in the cabin. Don crawled up, and he was the guy who was going to pick the 3 locks to set her free. The first 2 he got real quickly. The third one he couldn't get, so he started sawing the chain. Eventually he got her unhooked. He put his sweater on her. He picked her up. He's 6'8". And he started to carry her up and she had tape over her mouth. He took it off. And when he was climbing up into the bushes, he slipped and fell, and he dropped her, and she screamed, and then it was on. Let's just say there were 4 guys with Spartan. There were 4 of them. One guy was killed by a booby trap. Another guy was sawed-off shotgun. He was dead. One of the guy who had his girlfriends with him went to the bikes, turned the thing. They had booby-trapped it. It blew up, but they both survived. He ended up becoming a preacher. But then Don was with Hayley, and the bad guy was after him, the one that had, beaten her mother. And there was an old railroad bed. He was wandering through the weeds, and he went up on the railroad bed to check it out. This is at night, and he turns around, and the guy's got a gun pointed at his forehead, and he looked at him, and he said, "So long, MF," and he pulled the trigger, and it didn't fire. And when he told me this story, I'm like, well, what happened? He goes, "He fell dead." I go, "Dead? What are you talking about?" "He fell dead." I go, "How? Did you kill him?" He goes, "No." I go, "What happened?" "He had a heart attack and died." So anyway, a couple years later, Spartan rents out a shooting range. And there's pictures. I guess pictures of all this stuff. It's all documented in their reports. And he and Don go there. They kick everybody out. He rented the whole place. And Spartan opens the gun case, and it's the same model of gun. Don had taken the bullet. He puts it in the chamber. Pow! It fired. And there's a picture in the report. You can see where it missed the center in the first shot, and the second, the hammer hit right in the middle. And Don looked at me when he told the story. After that, he said, after that, he said, "My life has been dedicated to Jesus Christ ever since." So, I swear to God that story's true. So, years later, in 1980, Hayley is like a teenager. Her mother, her grandmother, had told her about a gold mine in upstate Vermont. So Hayley wanted to repay Spartan Enterprises, the guys that saved her life, by showing him this gold mine that turned out to be a real gold mine. I've been there. It's closed up now, but the geology works. And they mined it for 2 years, and they got out about $1 million worth of gold. And then it collapsed, and it was over. But when they first went in there, they noticed to the right on the inside of the cave when you first go in, there was a carving of a Tanit symbol. Hayley talked about the Tanit symbol the Phoenicians would carve that is connected to Virgo and the spring triangle in the heavens. And they pulled this stone out, and there was a leather bag. And inside the bag was a piece of paper with a code on it, with just like this. And that was in 1980. It wasn't until we found that New Amsterdam cipher in the Spartan box in 2022 that we tried New Amsterdam for this code, and it worked. So it took 39 years to decode this. I already told you that story. There's the carving that was on that rock. See the Tanit symbol with the arms up? 2021, sorry. And the message was another part of the book of the wars of the Lord, hidden in this cave. Aku and the Anu. Let's just go to the red part. Yah and Way. The word Yahweh, the Hebrew name for God, that's not the real name. The name is actually two words, Yah and Way. And the way you pronounce it is you split the word in half and you pronounce it inside out. And it's actually pronounced Huhi, but male and female. The Hebrew name for God means male and female in a dualistic aspect. That's in the book of the wars of the Lord. And that's a secret. That's the ultimate secret in the Hebrew priesthood. I put the box with both relics, the cup and the skull of John. From there, Kay told me to go one day and make camp. He's being directed by the same Kay. Who is that? And how does he know where to put this stuff? Because he's telling him where to put this stuff. I must bury the relic before the next full moon passes away. So now I know it is not the relic, but the quest. It is not the finding or having, but the journey that with a pure heart and sound mind, the truth shall out. For a thing holds no power of itself. The power of God shines round about you through the people. For in all of creation, only man has the power to conceive the existence of God, and in this revelation lies the power of his Spirit within the mind and revealed through the spoken and written word. The relics were meant to unite all men in love and peace, not to serve the vanity of any one man or group of men. As Lionel was able, took refuge with the Ivri, the Hebrews, that's the old word for Hebrews, in the valley of Cold and from Seafed, for they revere the He of Huhi. So I was also born. The He in Huhi is the female. They worship the goddess just like indigenous tribes do. They're matriarchal. These are these secret documents we're sharing with the world for the first time. It is finished. Goodbye, my love. And remember, I'm going to tell you one more thing. Remember I told you the story about the explosion on Bannockburn Island and the disc that Don found inside this little box, the decorative ornaments? Well, there was something else in that box. There was a clay tube that was 4 inches long, sealed with beeswax on both ends. And inside were two parchments. These. Carved in, written in Theban, which is the secret alphabet of the Templars. And it took 3 years for Dave Ryan, the cryptographer, working with a linguist in Portugal to figure out what the message was. It's actually two parchments that have the same message, one in French and one in Portuguese. And here's the message. That's the Theban alphabet. And Mica, the daughter of Elizabeth, sister of John. As far as we know, there's no record of who John the Baptist's sister was. This is new. Of the river Jordan, took the red wine with the poppy in it, having been there for 7 days, and gave it to the soldiers, saying, a gift from the Arimathian. Then came Ishmael, the brother of Benjamin, and the Magdalene, Mary Magdalene. Now we know what her siblings are named. The soldiers are asleep. The poppy, they drugged him, and they fell asleep. They took him out and put him on a stretcher. She said, fold the headcloth alone. We lift up Jesus and took him to sleep with his ancestors. But Ishmael with his new beard stayed. He took Jesus' place. What would have happened when those guys finally woke up and they realized that Jesus is gone and there's somebody in his place? They're screwed. We have destroyed all trace of our being here. We are unclean. We fled Jerusalem and all of Judea was against us. We fled to the north, always Thendra. If this is true, this is an alternate story of the resurrection. And makes sense that the Templars would have the true story. One last thing. Albert Pike. This is the guy that wrote the book about Scottish Rite Freemasonry. He was a Confederate general, but his job before the Civil War was he was a lawyer who represented the Western First Nations tribes, trying to make sure that the treaties that were negotiated with our government were fair and they didn't get screwed. But then when the Civil War came along, obviously he became a Confederate general. They lost the war, and afterwards there was a group of raiders that came from the north that wanted to lynch Albert Pike. So he escaped to Canada, and he lived with a guy named W.J.B. MacLeod Moore, who was the Grand Master of the Knights Templar for all of Canada at that time. And while Pike was staying with Brother Moore, he wrote a letter to then President Andrew Johnson asking for a pardon, and he got it. So then he came back to the United States, but unfortunately, because he was a Confederate general, he couldn't travel abroad. But Moore could, and he did quite often. He participated in all kinds of degrees in many countries, being a Grand Master of a country. And then what happened was he and Albert Pike corresponded with each other through letters for the rest of their lives. So, with that as a backdrop, the current, Bill Mann is a very close friend of myself and Grand Master Tim Hogan. He was the Grand Master of Knights Templar in the same position as W.J.B. MacLeod Moore was in Canada during COVID. Bill was Grand Master for like 4 years. It's a 2-year term, but they didn't get together because of COVID. He told me a story as he was coming up through the line that he spent some time as the Grand Archivist. And what somebody told him was that the guy before him had not turned everything over. The guy was 92 years old, and he wasn't trying to keep it and sell it or do anything like that. He was just protecting it. It was actually in a briefcase under his bed. And Bill told me the story. He sat down with him and he said, "Brother, you got to turn this over." And he did. And inside the briefcase were 27 letters written by Albert Pike that the world still to this day has not seen. Bill won't publish them because he's worried about the political fallout of the letter I'm about to read to you, because he thinks our politics are too crazy right now, and he's right. I don't think it's going to affect our relationship between our two countries, but Bill does, so he's not going to publish them. But I can share with you this letter, written by Albert Pike to his brother, W.J.B. MacLeod Moore. The other 26 letters basically are about the rituals that Moore experienced in these other countries that Pike used to create our Scottish Rite rituals. Just to give you context. Okay, so here's the letter. May 21st, 1881. My most illustrious brother and fellow Sir Knight, W.J.B. MacLeod Moore, 33rd degree Knights Templar. My most illustrious brother, oddly enough, I find myself traveling to the west into the wilderness in search of that which I have shared with you. It is the evening of the 21st, and I find the sun still high in the sky, suggesting somewhere an ancient lodge is conducting its ritual upon the square, 3 times 7. Tomorrow I will be meeting with the remaining chiefs of the Western First Nations. They remind me a great deal of the lost tribes of Israel, seeking a new Jerusalem. So noble yet so desperate, wandering aimlessly across the desert. Or were they? Brigham Young understood this and ventured forth to the prime meridian, seeking the same as you and I. What is he talking about? He's talking about the secret vault. Remember I told you about the prime meridian? That's where the secret vault is. That's what the natives told me and told Grandmaster Hogan. He knew about it too, and so did Brigham Young, and he was looking for it. For all of our virtues, it is most fortunate that he did not fully understand the signs, symbols, and tokens left behind by our fellow Knights Templar who covenanted the goddess. He knows all about the Templars being here. This is not published. I find that I must remind myself constantly of our temperate ways as we are constantly surrounded by temptation. It will help my pain to share the ceremonies and degrees of the Medewan, that's the secret society of the natives who practice Freemasonry, who share the blood of our ancestors, who intermarried, I told you that yesterday, intermarried with the natives. Sacagawea, she's part of the bloodline, and her brother Kamehameha. That's why he knew the 5 points of fellowship, the greeting, because he was a Templar too. It is in their lodges that I find myself most humbled and modest towards the grand architect of the universe. And then he goes on with this flowery language typical of Albert Pike. Forever I will steer far away from those vain philosophies. Albert Pike, 33rd degree, Sovereign Grand Commander. He knew. That means others knew. And we know, and now you know, the truth. And I said this yesterday, but make no mistake, this country would not be here if those native brothers who bonded through ritual and intermarriage with the Templars, who guarded those treasures and the relics, the remains, and everything that was brought over, we would not have this country if not for them. Period. And look how we treated them. Genocide. But it's not too late, because they're willing to share, because they know, and they have told me, and they have told him, now is the time. Now is the time that the truth of all of this has to come out. Thank you. So I'm going to turn this over to Tim, who's going to share the true Templar lineage from Atlantis to America. The ideological and biological ancestors are the Atlanteans. The Younger Dryas impact about 13,000 years ago changed things forever, but it was not lost. They hid that stuff for us. The Templars are formed for a reason. And that New Jerusalem, well, when they went into Jerusalem, it served as a base of operations so they could do their work. And now we're living in that New Jerusalem that goes back to the Atlanteans. And I'm going to let Tim finish the job. The truth. Okay.